going to just go ahead and dive in and start explaining that concept, Jonathan.
That's a big part of how Wall Street's been running us into a ditch for the last 30 years.
The debt ceiling is not some sort of macroeconomic concept.
The U.S. isn't really a great place, and it's not really the land of the free.
Get 1,000 people together and let's go lay siege to City Hall.
Hello to all of the real progressives out there. Thank you so much for tuning in today. And I want to give a humongous shout out to our COO, Jules, for putting together that incredibly professional looking intro. She's making me feel like I'm actually some sort of newsman or something. Huge shout out to Jules for that, trying to get the show as professional as possible. We have an excellent show for you all today. As always, some fantastic guests. We're going to highlight our very own Eric Kestner, who does some outreach for real progressives. He is on a cross-country road trip. He's in D.C. right now. He drove across the country to demonstrate and fight for Medicare for all. He did demonstrations at overpasses and things all throughout the country. And now he is in D.C. to both demonstrate there and hopefully talk to some legislators about Medicare for all and give some educational content, things like this. Very excited to highlight that, and we need that kind of on the ground, take it to the streets mentality if our movement is going to succeed. So huge shout out to Eric. If you guys are not following him, go to @VestActions on Twitter and give him a follow. He's just absolutely fantastic. He does great work, and I'm enthusiastic about our prospects if we can continue this kind of on the ground action. We also have Jason Call, who is running for Congress in my district as it happens, against a very corrupt right-wing Democrat. He joined me and Ramona Masacci for our latest iteration of the candidate segment to talk about his campaign. And of course, we always go into some of the federal finance stuff, which we desperately need Congress to understand. Fantastic interview. Looking forward to bringing you that. And also an activist who is supporting Starbucks in their unionization efforts. Anthony DePice was kind enough to join the show to talk about the wave of unionizations, the union filings rather, that we've seen across the country. Excellent discussion there as well. Lots of stories to get to, from Ukraine to student debt cancellation issues with Biden, where the administration continues to oppose those who are going through the courts to try to get their debt erased. We're going to talk about how big oil is lying about the climate. We're going to talk about how gig companies are sort of hiding behind social wokeness while they are, screwing over their workers, or their contractors, as they call them. Lots of excellent stories to get to here today, you guys. I want to start with the Ukraine situation. There's just so many angles to this, right? And every week it's like there's more to talk about. I've gone over the basic history before, but I'll just give a simple explanation again. Back in 1990, it goes back further, but in 1990, then Secretary of State James Baker essentially told Russia that we would not move NATO 1 inch further east. That has been violated on a number of occasions. The U.S. claims that was never a set in stone promise. The Russians took it as a promise. And as NATO has continued to expand east, that is viewed by Russia, very reasonably viewed, in my opinion, by Russia as aggression. And I want to be clear, Putin's not a good actor. Russia's not a good actor here. I'm not here to simp for the Russians or for Vladimir Putin. But it's just very clear that if the table was turned, we would view this as extreme aggression. In fact, there's this kind of notable moment in history called the Cuban Missile Crisis that some of you may be aware of. Look at how the United States responded there, and you may understand why our continued eastward movement of NATO and our arming of neo-Nazis in the Ukraine might be viewed as aggression by Russia. And again, you guys, caveat again, Russia's also engaged in aggression here, and they are not a good actor. Okay, so that's kind of where things stand, but we have a rather hilarious update, quite frankly. I'm sure a number of you have followed the U.S. media that continues to come up with dates that they think this invasion of Ukraine is going to occur. And the Russian Foreign Ministry came out and actually said, we'd really appreciate it if the United States media would just give us a comprehensive list of the days that we're going to invade for the whole next calendar year, so that we can plan out our vacations accordingly. They actually put that out, you guys. I mean, they're trolling the U.S. media. And while that might be a sort of facetious and humorous example, it's actually causing a great deal of harm. And top Ukrainian officials have come out and outright said that that our propaganda from the West is doing significantly more harm than Russia is right now to Ukraine. It's costing their economy billions of dollars. The threat of this invasion, the hyperbolic rhetoric coming from the West, is actually damaging the Ukrainian economy quite substantially. Billions of dollars a month, you guys, is what they say. So it's when Ukraine themselves are coming out and saying you're being too hyperbolic and you're not helping the situation, you're actually harming it, we should probably listen, shouldn't we? But of course, the United States media has come to understand that fear-mongering about Russia is a way to bring in viewers and get clicks. So that I don't anticipate will cease. I think that behavior will continue. And also, you guys, just as a kind of a side note, we're having all these discussions in society about like misinformation and sources and platforming and all this kind of stuff. NBC News ran a whole clip literally platforming neo-Nazis in the Ukraine who were like training civilians on how to use guns and things like that. NBC News platforms neo-Nazis. Are they going to be canceled? Are they going to be called out? And, you know, is there going to be a warning on Twitter next to anything from NBC News that, hey, by the way, these guys platform neo-Nazis. This is Nazi propaganda that you're engaged. Of course not, because NBC is part of the club. Okay, so I just want to point out the difference in how various sources are treated when they get something horribly wrong or platform the most unsavory characters in the world. So, you know, and by the way, guys, it wasn't like it was so obvious. They had fucking patches on their shoulders, like the lightning S. I mean, they're putting it right out there. That's kind of how you know they're Nazis, right? And what do? We arm them, and then we send the media out there to highlight their activities and platform them. But of course, that won't get called out. But God forbid someone posts on Facebook acknowledging that corporate greed drives price increases. Then there's got to be a fucking warning there, right? Then there's got to be a warning. So I just want to make it clear that content has very little to do with the tendencies to attempt to censor or cancel. What really actually matters, the only extent to which content does matter, is that there is a proclivity to be harsher on sources that tend to be more anti-establishment. And it's just clear as day, you guys. NBC News will not face one iota of retribution from the sources, the big tech companies and things like this. You won't see a warning next to NBC News after they platformed neo-Nazis. So again, I also want to be clear. Misinformation is bad no matter where it's coming from, you guys. I'm not like sitting here saying that we shouldn't criticize misinformation. We always should, whether it's an independent source or a corporate source. I'm pointing out the hypocrisy on behalf of big tech and the platforms that actually get to make these decisions when it comes to who they decide to censor or cancel. And those two conversations are both very important and worth having. In this case, however, the corporate press gets to get away with whatever kinds of misinformation they want. They get to platform whoever they want without any consequence whatsoever. The other thing I want to talk about here, that was a little sidetrack. It does actually appear that tensions are somewhat cooling in certain ways. Okay, I don't believe either side involved here, you guys. I'm not going to take the Russians' word for it, and I'm also not going to take the U.S. State Department's word for it or the corporate media's word for it. There are not trustworthy actors when it comes to this conflict. Russia claimed to have removed a number of troops, but there was reporting that they actually increased and added 7,000 troops after they showed videos of their tanks leaving. So who knows, you guys? I'm not placing much credulity on any of these sources. The United States claiming that they are ramping up further, Russia claiming that they're trying to ratchet things down. There are talks in the Ukraine about potentially passing some sort of referendum that would essentially say we have no intention of joining NATO anytime soon. That could help to lessen the tensions as well. We'll see if that ends up happening. But it's one of these things where the corporate press here is going to continue to be hyperbolic about it because they understand that that's how they bring in viewership and clicks, and they're going to continue. You guys, they can write the same fucking piece over and over again and just move the date back a week, and we're probably going to be in this cycle for months. No, Russia's going to invade tomorrow. Oh, it didn't happen. No, they're going to invade tomorrow. So, they understand that that's a way to keep a captive audience, in an environment where they are very much struggling to do so. And we're actually going to talk a little bit later about cable news's crashing ratings and CNN's disastrous attempt to go to a streaming platform and how that ties in with Zucker and Cuomo. There's a whole story to get to there. But that tanking in ratings that we're seeing among cable news outlets, corporate media outlets, legacy print outlets, etc., is creates a even further incentive to continue to be hyperbolic about and fearmonger about Russia. It's also worth noting, you guys, that over the last handful of years, I mean, prior to Trump's election, these outlets understood pretty well that they were going down the toilet. The trend was very clear that they were going down the toilet. Trump, in a sense, saved them because he was something that people wanted to hear about, whether it was criticizing him or the other side, right? So all of these cable news outlets got kind of they were revitalized by Trump's election. And that obviously turned into a whole bunch of conspiratorial nonsense about Russiagate and all that kind of stuff. And they recognized that drove ratings. We did okay when we were fear-mongering about Russia, right? So it's hardly surprising that this is how they're responding to this conflict. You have to remember that these outlets are first and foremost businesses. They are corporations. MSNBC is Comcast. There are 5 or 6 companies that own the most consolidated 90% of the market. Okay, so when they're top priority is to maintain or increase their profits, they're going to care a lot more about viewership than they do any sort of journalistic integrity or principle or ethics. Okay, so it's just hardly surprising that this is how the press is covering this whole situation in Ukraine with Russia. And again, you guys, for the third time, I'm going to give the caveat. I'm not here to simp for Vladimir Putin or Russia. I'm not saying that they are trustworthy or good actors here. I'm saying the United States is clearly not, and our media is clearly not. And there's this expectation. We covered the Ned Price press conference a couple weeks ago where the State Department just expects everybody to believe what they say and take it at face value with no evidence, despite their remarkably consistent record of lying and getting things wrong. And then if you dare question it, there's this implication that, oh, well, you're not a patriot. You're taking solace in supporting Russia. You're finding comfort in Russia's propaganda. That's what they flip to immediately if you dare question their narrative. If you dare say, hey, guess what? WMDs was kind of bullshit. Kabul's not going to fall. Bullshit. You're going to have to back up your claims. You cannot just say we're making this statement and you must believe us. That's not evidence. So just the entirety of this conflict has brought about sort of revealed the problems with our press. Not that they weren't already out in the open, those problems, but you guys get what I'm saying. This further reveals how I would say incompetent, but I don't think that's even quite it. How perverse the incentive structures are within our media. So, and again, we'll talk a little bit later about the whole situation at CNN and their. It seems like their streaming attempt, CNN Plus, is kind of dead before it even started, which is hilarious and deserved. So we'll keep up on the Ukraine story. Obviously, you guys, this has the potential to be a very important, relevant story for quite some time. Obviously, geopolitically relevant to a lot of powerful countries, and therefore it is going to garner a lot of attention. And I also don't want to downplay the potential that it has to erupt into a very, very harmful war. I mean, a war with Russia right now would, between nuclear powers, that would be disastrous. That would be absolutely horrendous. And by the way, it would be very bad for Ukraine because that would be the first sort of hot spot, right? So we will certainly keep our eye on that because of the potential it has to be absolutely disastrous. But I wanted to point out the angle of the United States press, miserably failing to uphold their responsibilities when it comes to this story. The next thing that I was hoping to talk about today is student debt and how the Biden administration has completely reneged on their promises that they made on the campaign. Joe Biden said he would cancel at different times. He said $50,000 or $10,000 of student debt for every single borrower. He has not done anything close to that. He has canceled debts for extreme, like minuscule amounts of borrowers compared to the whole country, the extent of the problem. And he's only done so in cases where there was actually fraud going on from the financial institution. So he's not saying on principle, I think we should cancel student debt. He's only canceling it in instances where there was also other illegal activity going on. So it's not even about student debt, but he likes the press of every now and again saying, I canceled a few $1 million of it, you guys. Aren't I so fucking progressive? And while he is engaging in this kind of hypocrisy and refusing to follow through on his promise, the administration is actually appealing court findings of dozens of different borrowers who the court has found. Let me rephrase that. There are dozens of borrowers the courts have agreed with and found that their debt should be erased. The Biden administration, the Education Department, and the Justice Department are appealing these findings. So even when a court says, no, that legally should be erased, the Biden administration is saying, no, it shouldn't. That person should be stuck in debt. It's the complete opposite of the position that he took on the campaign, even in its most mild form. Brazen hypocrisy, brazen. So I have a great clip here that goes into some of these details. This is Julia Rock of what is currently known as the Daily Poster, but they are changing their name to The Lever, David Sirota's outlet. There are tons of fantastic journalists over there, and Julia is one of them. I encourage you to support their work. They, one of the very few journalistic outlets that I think consistently does fantastic work. So this is Julia Rock talking about the Biden administration's position on student debt and how these court cases are coming about and going.
A story here up on the screen. Despite pledge, Biden still fighting student debtors in court. Your subhead there says, after public outcry, the administration backed off one bankruptcy case, but is fighting many others despite the president's campaign promise. Just bring us up to speed, Julia, with where we are now in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to clarify one thing. There are about a few dozen cases where folks have tried to have their student debt discharged in bankruptcy court that the Biden administration is fighting. The case that we originally reported on and they backed off of was one where the student debtor had actually won in bankruptcy court, and the Biden administration appealed the victory. So after we reported on that, the Biden administration took out their appeal. That happened again last week when we reported this story. There was another case where a student debtor had won in bankruptcy court to have about $100,000 worth of debt discharged. The Biden administration immediately moved to appeal the case. And after we wrote about it in this story, they dropped the appeal. It does seem like the administration is sort of changing its tack on appeals. The Washington Post wrote a very similar story to ours last week this morning, in which the Education Department said it would not be pursuing appeals where student debtors were victorious. So it seems like there's been a policy shift there. However, there are still, like I said, a few dozen cases where people are trying to have their debt discharged through bankruptcy, and the force of the Education and Justice Departments is going up against them.
Got it. Yeah. So in terms of these specific cases, I mean, can you just explain again the role of the government in this? Like, why are they even involved? How is this even administration policy?
Great question. So in bankruptcy court, if you're, trying to have debt of any type discharged, you need to undergo a separate proceeding to have student debt discharged because there's a much higher legal standard. That's in part thanks to work Joe Biden did as a senator. Yes. And so if you're, trying to have federal student loan debt discharged through bankruptcy court, the Education Department can go up against you in court and say, we don't want this debt discharged. And to be clear, in the cases we've been writing about, you have people who either can't work or are working jobs making like $10 or $12 an hour and have like over $1,000 worth of student debt. So it doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to repay it. But nonetheless, the Justice Department, working on behalf of the Education Department, will depose these people, ask them about their finances, and then basically write these long briefs saying, this person could pay it back. In one of the cases we wrote about, the Justice Department, this was actually under Trump, argued that a debtor had a 13-year-old child who would soon be able to work and contribute to the family income. And that was sort of the argument against bankruptcy. And that was a case where the debtor was actually victorious, but then the Biden administration appealed the victory.
Mm-hmm.
So, Julia, I think this is really important, not just because the issue is very important, and it truly is, especially just given the astronomical amounts of student debt that citizens are holding right now, but because it looks like you helped to actually force a change in a positive direction from the administration. It reminds me of something we've tracked really closely here, which is because of pressure around banning members of Congress from trading stock, there actually is some movement there. And what we saw there is you had an independent journalist, Unusual Whales, who sort of made this issue a thing. Then you had some mainstream journalists who saw like, oh, I think there's some clicks and some views and some things we can do with this. They started to write stories and do their own analyses. Then politicians start getting questions, famously Nancy Pelosi, who, initially is like, well, I think we should be able to do it because of the free market. And the backlash from those comments ultimately forces a change. So it started with the independent journalist, and then it's when the mainstream media picks up on it and starts to ask questions that you really see this shift happens. I wonder if you could trace for us, so we can understand how this worked, what the timeline looked like, what were your initial interactions with the administration like, so that we can use this as a kind of a model for hopefully future change.
Absolutely. So we published the first story a couple of weeks ago now, writing basically about this case where the debtor had been victorious and then the Biden administration appealed. And we asked the Education Department for comment, and I think they said oh, we'll be able to give you comment 2 days after whatever deadline we had given them. So it didn't seem like it was really on their radar. So we published the story, and, a lot of these groups working on student debt forgiveness, bankruptcy, really ran with it. I think, it is important that they were already pretty organized around this issue. Mm-hmm. So a story was able to actually prompt a reaction. And the administration sort of surprisingly withdrew the appeal. After that, a couple of mainstream reporters or, corporate media reporters, I guess, asked at White House press briefings about the dropped appeals. Biden's press secretary was asked twice about our reporting on these cases. And then, it was picked up by some more mainstream outlets like Business Insider and now the Washington Post. And so I think something about prompting a little bit of a PR crisis, corporate media people sort of paying attention to it, maybe because of how much attention it was getting. I'm not exactly sure why they jumped on it. And then it getting on the radar of the Biden administration, and now, of course, the Education Department will return our calls. So that's sort of how it happened.
It's funny how that works, isn't it? Great stuff from Julia and her colleagues over at the Daily Poster, soon to be The Lever. I think what's really important to understand there is that this kind of reporting and pressure, it can work, you guys. It's not ever that we're going to get what we want immediately. I want to be clear. I don't want to overstate the extent to which we can have an influence on these institutions or on administrations like Biden's. But you heard her right there. They ended up dropping some of these appeals because this reporting caught some attention. So when they previously would get no responses, no comment from the Education Department about their reporting, once they started to get some attention covering this stuff, you kind of have to respond, right? So great job leading the charge there, and shame on the corporate media who decided to follow in this situation and not report on this stuff until the Daily Poster covered it. And then, of course, they once they realize it can get some clicks, then they go ahead and jump on the bandwagon, right? I'm hopeful that this kind of pressure will continue, and that we can maybe get some sort of relief for borrowers who hold crippling debt. It's just absurd. It's morally repulsive that the Biden administration has gone back on this one. And I also want to be really clear, you guys. Joe Biden instrumental in creating this problem. In the mid-2000s, he led the charge to make it more difficult for student borrowers to get rid of those debts through bankruptcy court. He led that charge. He didn't just support it. He led the charge as a Democrat in the Senate. Okay. And then this election cycle decided to take a different position on the campaign, which I think was pretty obviously for political and cynical reasons. He wanted to win the presidency, and he recognized that this is an issue that, the public, it's not like there's debate among the public on this issue, you guys. Who the fuck is like, let's not cancel student loan debts? Unless you're a financial institution, there's no reason you would take that position. None. And of course, Biden has a longstanding record of serving those financial institutions. So, great reporting from Julia Rocca and her colleagues. And hopefully this can keep their feet to the fire a little bit on this issue. Shame on Biden. We're over a year in, you guys. There's no question he has the authority to cancel this stuff. It's clear as day. The education secretary has the power to do this and has refused. So, yet another area where Biden has reneged on a promise, and it's not even an area where he can attempt to blame Congress. He has the full authority. It would take a fucking signature, and he refuses. Over a year in, you guys. How long does it take to sign a piece of paper? So shame on Joe Biden. Great reporting there from the Daily Poster, soon to be called The Lever. I encourage you all to subscribe to their work if you are not already. And the next story I want to talk about here is an unfortunate climate story. This is courtesy of Common Dreams. Study exposes climate claims by big oil as corporate propaganda. Another one of these, it's hardly surprising, you guys, but it's always worth pointing out that these gigantic fossil fuel companies will try to skew the science, to say the least. It's no different than what Marlboro and Camel did when it started to come out how horrible cigarettes are for you, right? No, they're safe, I swear. This empirical work by independent scholars, said one environmental scholar, proves what climate activists have argued all along. While continuing to fuel the climate emergency over the past decade, oil and gas majors relied on misleading messages rather than actually taking action on transition to clean energy, according to research released Wednesday. The peer-reviewed study, published in the journal PLOS One, focused on two American companies, Chevron and ExxonMobil, as well as two European ones, BP and Shell. The four majors also at the center of an ongoing investigation by a U.S. House panel. 3 researchers at a pair of Japanese universities reviewed data from 2009 to 2020, examining the firm's keyword use in annual reports, business strategies and production, expenditures and earnings for fossil fuels, along with investments in clean energy. Quote, we found a strong increase in discourse related to climate, low carbon, and transition, especially by BP and Shell, the paper states. Similarly, we observed increasing tendencies towards strategies related to decarbonization and clean energy, but these are dominated by pledges rather than concrete actions. Moreover, the financial analysis reveals a continuing business model dependence on fossil fuels, along with insignificant and opaque spending on clean energy, the study adds. We thus conclude that the transition to clean energy business models is not occurring, since the magnitude of investments and actions does not match discourse. The document emphasizes that until actions and investment behavior are brought into alignment with discourse, accusations of greenwashing appear well-founded. Asked about the findings by NPR, spokespeople for the 4 firms tried to highlight efforts to lower the carbon intensity in our operations and invest in lower emissions projects. Meanwhile, Robert Bruhl, a visiting professor at Brown University's Institute for Environment who was not involved in the research, told Carbon Brief that the original study goes well beyond the existing scholarship in this area by utilizing a long-time series analysis and robust empirical measures. While activists have long asserted these claims, this empirical work by independent scholars empirically demonstrates that these claims are true, he said. This is a major contribution to public knowledge of the actions of major oil companies and shows that they are indeed not walking the line when it comes to addressing climate change. Great coverage from Common Dreams there, you guys. They tend to do a really fantastic job covering the climate. And this again, it's not at all surprising. We know that decades ago, these companies were fully aware of the damage that they are doing, and decided to cover it up instead of making changes to their business model, which is, again, hardly surprising, you guys. This is why I've seen an objection to the human caused climate change narrative. It's not human caused, it's capitalism caused. It's not like some flaw in our morals and ethics as a species. It's capitalism. It's the economic structure that we have created that that sets all of the incentives of the powerful, in such a way that they continue to engage in this damaging behavior for profits. So this falls in line with a lot of the propaganda that we see from big businesses. I was talking to Vinay the other day about the way that Starbucks and Amazon tend to try to portray themselves as pro-worker, while they are very obviously not. And I really liked his response. He said in Australia, we would laugh at that kind of bullshit. Like, we don't, in America, that kind of stuff is effective, and you have to be careful of these rhetorical traps. But in other places around the world, it's like, that's fucking hilarious. You're telling me this giant corporation is pro-worker? Get the fuck out of here. That's ridiculous. Same kind of concept here, where these fossil fuel giants will try to portray themselves as though they are, working towards a cleaner energy. It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. But they like the verbiage of transition and this kind of stuff, because it allows them to do nothing while they claim that they're working on it. Well, how long does it take you to transition there, Exxon and Shell? If you were aware of this in the 80s, like, we're almost to half a century. Is it going to take a century to transition? Is it like, so don't fall for their bullshit. Don't fall for their bullshit. They, as they said here, the investments that they will try to tout in clean energy are inconsequential. And I think the word they used was opaque. That's just accurate. There's nothing meaningful about these investments that they try to tout and and put forth to the public as a demonstration of their positive influence on the climate. It's outrageous. It's simply outrageous. It's about as Orwellian as you can get. It's up is down, left is right, hot is cold, war is peace, right? So anyway, that I just thought that was very much worthy of coverage, and wanted to make sure to highlight that. So at this point, you guys, I'm going to play a video that I recorded this last week, an interview with Anthony DePice, who is an ally of Starbucks unionization efforts, an ally of the workers who are organizing. Anthony is based in Pennsylvania and was kind enough to join the show and discuss this wave of unionization efforts that we have seen across the country. So this is Anthony DePice on the Starbucks unionization efforts. I'm very happy to be here today with an ally of the Starbucks workers who are unionizing all across the country. Anthony DePice has been kind enough to join the show. Anthony, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Luke, for having me.
So if you wanted to start just by kind of introducing yourself and what brought you to feel so strongly about this and support these Starbucks workers.
Yeah, so I was introduced to it through Instagram, just seeing that the union was created and that there was a need for it. And I've been really inspired by the organizing efforts of working people around the country for the past few years, ever since I was sort of radicalized. And I just have a heart to empower my neighbors around the country, locally, to experience better working conditions and enjoy better lives.
And you had mentioned actually before we started this interview that you have experience in the food service. Can you just talk a little bit about what kind of an industry that is for workers and why it's so important to have some solidarity among them and some organizing going on to try to, it just can be a really tough industry, I would say, for the staff in restaurants, especially in corporate environments like in Starbucks.
Yeah. So I used to work for Chipotle for a while. And yeah, you do just see that people, are not necessarily set up to win, obviously, in terms of benefits and whatnot. I love my cat. But yeah, no, I guess what I was saying to you as well before, Luke, is that I grew up with a certain amount of privilege, and so just being in working environments of every kind, growing up over the past whatever 10 years, has been really illuminating and helpful, because it's just enabled me to see, and I mentioned, I know to you before as well, like, to come back home where I grew up, to the Philadelphia area, and to realize that the same struggles that people are having out in California, where I went to school and where I met my wife, are the same struggles that are happening here. And yeah, I mean, obviously, whether it's undocumented folks, or it's, single families, or, there's just an endless number of stories, and I love learning them and being more sensitive to them. But there's obviously a real issue around, wage and benefits, and, vacation, and just anything resembling dignity in the workplace, and then even the conditions in the workplaces. My wife is a bartender, and it's toxic, quite frankly. People are just empowered to be disrespectful, even over and above the sort of more elemental, more fundamental rights that they deserve.
Absolutely. I think some of that is quite frankly the tip system, where the customer knows if you want to tip, you're going to take this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on, I think sometimes the trouble is not so much getting one or two stores to file to unionize. The trouble is getting it to be a wave like this, where we now have, I've been tracking. More Perfect Union has an actual website tracking the number of Starbucks locations.
Wow.
They're up over 100 at this point that have filed.
Wow.
One in Hawaii, all over the lower 48. So I think the difficulty is not so much, I mean, not that it's not hard to get the ball rolling. I don't want to minimize, but to see a wave like this pick up in just a matter of weeks or months. Can you talk a little bit about why you think that might be the case, and what might be causing it?
Yeah, it's actually something I'm really excited about, because my parents are small business owners, and so I'm constantly inundated with a different kind of narrative. But what I'm really excited about is the idea that the structure in and of itself, especially with a multinational, just monstrosity on some level like Starbucks, the potential to subvert or hack that momentum. Like, the very fact that, the exact same, what I've been talking about recently with just folks around me, is that, the very system that they pride themselves on in terms of having everything the same everywhere you go all around the world. And I've experienced that. I've been blessed enough to travel, and it begs the question, well, why don't I deserve, if I'm a worker, in a different state, and I hear about these union pushes, why don't I deserve those same rights? I'm in the exact same situation. And so it's sort of beautiful to me that we can, or they can, just take that momentum and use it in this positive way, where if they were part of a much smaller organization, it might be harder to see so clearly, the need and the right, the fact that they deserve it.
Yeah, that's a really fantastic point. I hadn't thought of that, but a lot of the business model of these big food industry corporations, their whole business model is you get the same cup of coffee on the West Coast as the East Coast, or internationally, or whatever. It's the exact same, right?
And especially Starbucks. I'm sorry to cut you off, but where they put so much into the cool factor, the lighting and the atmosphere, and it being a supportive third environment, to use Schultz's sort of language, so yeah.
Yeah, that should be used by the workers, right? I'm doing the exact same damn job as that guy over there that just unionized. That's fantastic. I really like that argument. One other thing that really bothers me about some of these companies, and I think Starbucks and Amazon's another good example of this, but there are a lot of them. They like to portray themselves as sort of like forward-thinking, progressive, worker-friendly, as though they're improving the situation for the working class. And obviously that is not the case, but they for some reason kind of get away with having that perception. Can you talk a little bit about that and how that affects organizers?
Yeah, well, it's hard, because I think most people we've seen in the massive unionizing efforts in the past couple of months around the country, we've seen a lot of success, I believe, in people broadly around the country who are not necessarily involved in those pushes, but who are aware of them or learning about them, that they are supportive. I spoke about my parents, and they're part of that, just sort of that large kind of like middle swath of, the country that just doesn't necessarily get involved outside of their day-to-day, lives in these matters. But when confronted with the realities, they are, open to growing and doing better and whatnot. But I'm just saying, like, the fact that these companies have millions of dollars, and like we look at the Super Bowl and like how quick and how good they are at deploying those funds, to be able to kind of placate those people who otherwise, if they were engaged in a conversation, if they were brought in to better understand worker situations, they might be satiated by all the crap basically that these companies are throwing at them. And yeah, that's a very dangerous kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more sinister aspects of it. And I think it's just kind of bothersome because of how hypocritical it is, and how, I'd almost rather them just explicitly union bust, because at least it would be honest. And they do plenty of that too. But I hate that sort of portrayal of, progressive, whatever. I am curious, you're located in Pennsylvania, and I think the Rust Belt right now is kind of a politically unique part of the country. You said you went to school in California. I'm curious to hear, what is kind of the environment in your community in Pennsylvania compared to California? Do you find that same kind of energy there? Do the politics and the culture tend to affect, sort of the way that the labor movement feels in Pennsylvania? What kind of differences and similarities do you see there?
Yeah, I would say, it has so much to do with your unique conditions within, either environment. I talk a lot about this in general, because my wife moved out here with me, and so even on a lighter note, people like joke about, how the hell did she get pulled into this? But I would say that even in California, it's like I was blessed to be in a particularly left supportive environment within UCLA, which is where I went, where I did just totally, like I mentioned before to you, Luke, have this radicalizing, moment where just by virtue of relating to people who were different from me and who had very different, perspectives and whatnot, I was able to grow and to expand my world. But I would say, it's really a matter of who you're surrounding yourself with. Like, yes, there are a lot of trucks around here with Trump stickers and, like that just sort of have these regressive ways of relating. But I honestly felt just as alienated in LA with like just the decadent wealth, like New York, and just like the sort of like, insulation from anything remotely resembling, the real struggles of Americans. And so honestly, I feel like, especially through social media, wherever you are, you can find people that are doing the work and that are, sensitive to the issues. And like I said, even people who do have those stickers and have those, suppositions, they can be, persuaded fairly easily if you come at it without the jargon. Like I've seen a lot of memes recently that I love, and that sort of just embody that warmth that I think we need to have as leftists to be able to change things. Because if we just come from that place of like relating to people, they're gonna, without realizing it, say they agree with all these radical, positions. And so, yeah, I try not to get too bogged down in the binary, coastal thing, but yeah. It's much better temperature and climate-wise.
There's the main difference, right? Just for the audience, you'll notice I have Twitter and Instagram handles and websites and things up on the screen throughout this. Please go check them out. They have to do with organizers, and Anthony's Instagram handle is also among them. So make sure that you're following to find all this fantastic work. That was a nice little transition into what I wanted to ask next. You mentioned all the Trump stickers, right? Now, I really want to be clear. I'm not at all proposing like a red-brown alliance or any of this kind of thing. We have to have lines and standards, obviously, okay? But I do think there is some value in the labor movement in reaching some people that otherwise may not have been reached, who may have some cultural red lines that have been instilled in them by the kinds of media that they engage with, but that are also suffering working class people who can sort of feel that very material issue. Can you talk a little bit about how this can have appeal across political lines?
Yeah. I mean, I think that when you look at the working conditions, and again, I'm going to borrow from my social media warfare or whatever, but just like, the reality that we have so much more in common with unhoused people in our community than we'll ever have with the billionaires and whatever multimillionaires who run our culture and companies and country. And yeah, I just find it really surprisingly easy. And honestly, again, with my sort of journey, it was like a little challenging to come back. Speaking of, being careful about the red brown alliance idea, it was a little challenging to come back to an area that I do view as like kind of closed-minded and regressive and whatnot. But that was a lot to do, I think, with privilege. And it was very helpful to realize that, like, if I'm open and I'm present for people and understanding their conditions, then I'm better able to persuade them. And yeah, it's an easy sell. When you just look at the numbers, even in the Starbucks example, I've had a lot of success talking about the astronomical disparity between, CEO and executive wages and then working wages. And, I really want to mention what was overheard in bar or whatever in Buffalo at the beginning, of this union drive, in terms of like execs talking about, workers being like serfs and being, just sort of like these peons. And I think it's really, disrespectful, obviously, but like it shows kind of the weakness of that argument. Like you were saying, like it's the opposite of that feel good, empowering messaging that they're always deploying. And so I think it's really just important that we bring a lot of humility, honestly, to the work that we're doing so that we can be specific about, the disparities in wages, the, struggles to make ends meet, and kind of just, there's limitless, I feel, opportunity there to build bridges and to accomplish the change we want to see.
I recently spoke with one of my regular guests who happens to be a labor attorney, and he had this great point. It actually runs quite similar to something you said earlier in this interview, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. You said they should take that uniformity that's their business model and kind of use it against them. And organizers should, that is. Vinay had said something about, I mentioned that they call them partners, right? They call their workers partners as this sort of rhetorical trick to make it seem like, right? And he kind of mentioned, well, boy, they should use that against them too. Why is that partner making 1,000 times what I'm making if we're partners, right? I'm curious, how can some of this, like, how can some of their rhetoric be flipped right against them?
Yeah, I think that, that's something that we're seeing over and over again. Like, I've been really sensitive to, and I'm sorry if I'm deviating too much, but like to the Netflix sort of struggle in wake of like Chappelle and whatnot. And it's been really interesting. A journalist who studies tech or who writes about it and whatnot was talking about how, these companies do present themselves as very progressive, and if they don't, then it's almost fine on some level in terms of integrity for them to do things like they've done, in terms of backing Chappelle. But like, if they are going to present themselves as these bastions of civil liberties, they need to, do better. And yeah, Starbucks is definitely guilty of that. And I mean, it's incredibly frustrating. I see it a lot in the field that I'm in terms of marketing and healthcare. And there's a lot of language about, how work should be, this empowering thing, but it often isn't if the specifics, like I was just talking about, if the specifics aren't being looked at. So it's not enough to say, are we partners? Like, partnership on a business level implies ownership. On some level, it implies, the possibility of real power to drive, and to benefit from financially an organization or whatever, So I think that, the language is dangerous, but can definitely be used in a positive way when we look at the reality. Again, the numbers are really helpful, and when delivered with, warmth, when delivered from a place of sincere connection first.
Absolutely. And to kind of connect this then to the broader picture, I mean, we've seen, I've been fortunate to have this to cover every week between, I mean, I can't even list them all off. John Deere, Amazon, Starbucks, there were coal workers, right? The BNSF workers, like I can go on and on and on. Do you think seeing such a wave of success among Starbucks workers, having this many filings, and I presume a number of them will succeed, a number already have, right? 2 in Buffalo, I think it was. Do you think that can have some crossover, effect on other industries that also might be engaging in trying to unionize?
Yeah, because I think that, there's a lot of intellectual work that has to be done to connect, Kellogg's and the company, the companies that are part of that whole umbrella, I think, to the real struggles of workers. And so when you have something like Starbucks, where relatively every town, again, in America has one somewhere, near it, it's like it brings the drive home. It creates the potential for you to have a real connection to someone involved. But yeah, just seeing the momentum and seeing like people that, definitely look the part of, Trump supporters or people who would be, vehemently opposed to worker empowerment on some level, even though, obviously it's like populism that they're persuaded by on some level too. But I'm just saying, yeah, it's really powerful to just look at the numbers, like you're saying, all these examples, thousands of people from all kinds of backgrounds demanding for weeks in the snow and rain, in just terrible conditions, and families and moms, and reading the histories of labor unionizing in the country is amazing too, because you just see how often women and families are not foregrounded, whether it's civil rights or it's labor, organizing, and how important it is that we think again specifically about, okay, so how are they being empowered to be this successful? And yeah, then obviously for it to spill over into Starbucks, I think it's more, the momentum of these bigger drives, these much more established, unions and systems and whatnot that are finally getting some results. Basically, I think it's awesome for the Starbucks people to be inspired by, and then of course vice versa, as this push continues. Just the fact that even fucking corporate, I apologize, but outlets,
no, you can say fuck all you want on this show. Go ahead,
okay,
continue.
cool. But no, like even like corporate outlets have to say that these union efforts are happening, whether they characterize it in different ways to minimize it, but they have to acknowledge it, has been incredibly encouraging for me, and I'm sure for people whose livelihood depends on the success of these efforts.
Absolutely. To tie it back to an earlier question, we were talking about the appeal across political spectrums. I'm curious your thoughts on. Labels can be incredibly dubious, obviously, but I think there's a crowd that might sort of not know that they're in support of labor organizers because the word union has been so demonized by their media circles and the political commentary they might engage with. I'm curious, how do you think we can break through some of that maybe and get to because I think they do largely agree with the meat of what we're talking about. It's just the label on it that they might be.
We were talking about this before again. It's amazing what we can get to in a couple of minutes, but like the reality that, these social media platforms are designed to foment conflict. Like it's literally just how they succeed. Obviously, we're learning more and more about that. But like when you realize that, and then you try online and in person to establish real connections around things that you genuinely have in common, and then you build from there, it's a really short trip where you're able to then get them agreeing to these things, and they start to see how their lives, like a worker at the company I'm at right now was just talking about how like her kids are not going to be able to own their own home in their lifetimes. It's virtually impossible, and that moreover even she is going to have trouble making ends meet, and when you are able to, with people who you might not have had these connections with, or people you don't know even, but when you're finally able to organically get to the place where you're talking about how they make ends meet, basically, then you're in the place, I think, where you can connect the struggles, connect these larger movements and efforts, and do it seamlessly, do it without any hint of agenda or manipulation or whatever negative words.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And I was hoping to get your thoughts too on what can not just workers that might be in an environment that is not currently unionized, what can they do to further their cause and their coworkers' cause, and then secondarily, what can the audience as customers do to try to help this cause, and not even just, I mean, citizens, customers, you know what I mean? What can people do to get involved, maybe help some of these efforts if they're going on in their communities?
Yeah, so I'm not proud of my ignorance, but I am definitely proud of my willingness to learn, and that's the only reason that I'm involved in any of this. And something that I was blessed with, like, yeah, helped me get through sort of my closed-mindedness or the upbringing, the privilege, the isolating stuff. And so you can be hungry, so to speak. Obviously there are hashtags. I'm a big fan of Instagram because it just feels so personal on some level. The experience, and so as a tool for personal and political fulfillment, not necessarily obviously the company, but yeah, like, just pick a hashtag, whether it's around one of these Starbucks pushes for unionizing, or but start with a hashtag, because unlike an organization, a hashtag is going to allow you to connect with people and with different groups and different organizations that are rallying around different movements, and so kind of just dive in, and connect personally with people, send them messages, really just get past the superficial engagement that these platforms foster, and see how you can implicate yourself, how you can participate more wholeheartedly.
Absolutely. And I encourage people to include those that you might think you disagree with in that, because that's how otherwise we're just an echo chamber, right? We kind of have to reach out to some of those people that we might on the surface disagree with. And how about for workers in an environment that isn't unionized at the moment? What steps would you recommend that a worker take to empower themselves in their workplace?
Yeah, well, again, I just feel like it's going to come through connection. So it doesn't necessarily mean social media. You could probably do it directly, by finding your local unions, whatever they, might be. Even I would say in like a different industry, because at the very least, the organizers, the leaders there are going to be able to help point you in the right direction, and probably give you tools that you can use to start your own, or to become part of an existing organization. But I guess my only contribution as always would be to ask for help, to turn to people who are successful, because I'm sure that there are successful unions in your state, if not in your city, that if you are hungry and sort of willing to stalk a little bit in terms of the actual people who run it, and sort of get past any kind of bureaucracy, then you're going to be successful.
That's a great piece of advice. Reach out to those who've already seen success in your area and know the environment, know the lay of the land, so to say. I just want to reiterate for the audience, I have the website at the bottom of the screen right now for that Starbucks Workers Union. And I also wanted to give a quick shout out to More Perfect Union, who has been all over covering this. If you guys aren't following their work, I highly recommend it. It's not just Starbucks. They cover the labor push all over. And with that, Anthony, thank you so much for taking the time today. I really appreciate having you on and sharing. This is one of the few positive things I get to cover. So a little bit of hope and inspiration that we can bring the audience. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
So thanks to Anthony there. I thought that was a great segment. And I know you guys, I've talked ad nauseum about this labor movement and Starbucks and all that kind of thing. But I just find it to be so critically important, and one of the few areas where the left seems to be winning and gaining some momentum. And I encourage you all to get involved in whatever capacity you can. If there are organizers in your community, please make sure not to cross any picket lines, support unionization efforts, support these workers if they're striking or if they're walking out. These kinds of things. This movement has some serious momentum, and it's scaring the absolute hell out of the powers that be, who have long exploited all of us, right? So huge thanks to Anthony for joining for that segment. And we have a very exciting segment coming up here next. Our very own outreach director, Eric Kestner, is on a cross-country road trip fighting for Medicare for All. And he is currently in DC. He's hit a whole bunch of cities between Washington State. We happen to have the same home state, and DC. And now he is going to be in DC for a little bit, trying to talk to some legislators and do some demonstrating and things like that. I want to show you guys here a short little clip that Eric put out at the beginning of his journey, so that you guys can see what he's all about. And then we're going to bring Eric in to discuss how things have gone. So this is the clip that we had on Real Progress in Action at the start of Eric's journey. Enjoy.
Hey everyone, My name is Eric Kestner. Please follow my journey cross country. We're going to be driving from Seattle to Washington, D.C., and we have to jumpstart this movement into reality. And I think that we can do it. I think this is fixable, but it is going to take all of us that care to move the movement into the streets.
And with that, please welcome to the show, Eric Kestner. Eric, thank you so much for taking the time to be here today.
Hey, Luke, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, especially now that I put on my gorgeous yellow vest, which also is courtesy of Eric. How's your journey gone so far? Can you just talk about what you guys have been up to and what kind of response you've gotten from the communities that you've been engaging with?
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. So we started in Seattle, and our first stop was Boise, Idaho, which is, a conservative state. We weren't expecting to get the response that we got. There's a lot of people in a conservative Boise that really want Medicare for all a lot. We got a lot of response with our honk for Medicare for all signs and honk to unite the working class signs, and just as much as we got in Seattle, just as good a response as we got in Seattle, which is very progressive, as you know. So that was really good. We ended up with
we may be having some audio problems here. Eric's kind of cutting in and out a little bit. Maybe give it a minute and... Hey, there we go. Can you talk, Eric?
Yeah.
Yeah, there, we got you back. We got you back. Okay, so from Boise, where did you carry on from Boise?
The next stop, also a very conservative city, but we got a great response from them. Medicare for all is popular. We've heard it a lot. People call it a no-brainer, and it is for.
Oh no, Eric fell off the stream there, guys. Let's bring him back in. There you are.
Hey, where did I keep getting lost there?
You're good. You're actually coming in really clear now, so carry on.
Strange. Well, anyway, my girlfriend's father, who is hardcore pro-police, hardcore pro-military, he wants Medicare for all. So we hear a lot of talk about this bubble that we're in, and I don't think we're in a bubble on this issue at all. I think that everybody wants this, and America's behind it, and we've got a lot of video with a lot of people honking in a lot of conservative areas, just as much as in progressive areas, and I think that this is going to work. But the only way to make it work is if we gather in the streets, because, as you know, our representatives aren't going to get this to the finish line. Medicare for all, I don't think can happen unless we really support it in the streets and show that the movement is there. And when we're screaming outside their windows and they're trying to figure out, geez, how are we going to get home? We might be applying some pressure then, but I really don't feel that politicians feel online pressure. I think that you need to be right in front of them. So yeah, we're going to do some actions out here, and we want to network with other groups out here, other organizations. Like to bring some more people into DC, of course. We'd also like to get appointments with our representatives and get their official take on where they stand with Medicare for all. I believe we've got 120 co-sponsors at this point, which is great. We need more, and we want to nail these people down and get public statements, get quotes from them on how they feel about Medicare for all, how they feel about modern monetary theory, what their position is, good, bad, or indifferent. We want to get them talking about MMT and get their public position on that. And I'd like to get some appointments with them and have a sit down and hand them a care package that explains Chairman John Yarmouth's position about about MMT, and explains Stephanie Kelton, and maybe a copy of the book, something that looks very official, to present to them, to start a dialogue, so we can nail them down. And even if they just think I'm the crazy MMT guy out front with the signs, that's fine, as long as it's on their lips. We can start those conversations. So that's the important part, is that these conversations get started, and people come out for MMT. So far, the only one that's come public on the record is John Yarmouth, where he, on that C-SPAN interview, where he laid out the book and Kelton, and called it by its name, Modern Monetary Theory. I believe that's the first time on record. So we want to get a little bit of his support too, because he's the only one in Congress that's behind us on modern monetary theory, and he's going to be retiring in 8 or 9 months. So we want to get his support while he's in there, and maybe he can hand the baton over to somebody else. I'd like to pick his mind to think, to see what he thinks about who would be the next best person to
carry on the legacy, or hopefully more than one person. Yeah. And hey, just for the record, Eric, if you describe yourself as a crazy MMT guy, I think you sound like really great company, and I might have a slight bias there. But can you talk about Congress? Another session of Congress begins tomorrow, so your timing is impeccable here. Can you talk about how you might be able to apply some of that pressure and try to get some engagement out of either members of Congress or their staff, or whoever may be willing to engage?
Yeah, well, we like the freeway overpasses that are coming into town, so we can get a lot of visibility there. We talked to security around the Capitol today, and we talked to some cops, and they said that we can be pretty much anywhere we want, as long as we don't go up the stairs. And but we can hang out right there. We can park ourselves in the the lawn, which is right there, or we can walk around the building, or virtually be anywhere that we need to be visible. I'd like to see Congress people, seeing our signs and maybe walking the other way, and try to maybe run after them and nail them down and get a quote on what they feel about Medicare for all, and the way they feel about MMT, and see what we can put together in the next 5 months that I'll be here.
Yeah, and I think getting them on the record is really important, even if that on the record is that they're on the wrong side of the issue, because at least if you want to come out and oppose a policy that consistently polls in the mid 70s in terms of approval among the actual people, you go ahead and take that position and go home and explain it to your district. Have fun with that, right? So I think getting them on the record, even the people who maybe have co-sponsored it. One example I would give is Chantel Brown, who I do not trust as far as I can throw her. Yet she rhetorically does endorse Medicare for all as of late. So I think pushing them on this is really, really crucial. Can you talk about how that could change the dynamic, sort of change the discussion, I guess, the national discussion about Medicare for all? Since, like you point out, we already are at a point, I don't know how much more approval we can get. If 20% of the country opposes this, that might be the very dogmatic 20% that's going to dig their heels in anyway. So we're reaching this plateau of approval, and there has to be steps now to actually implement it. Can you talk about how we can go about that?
Well, yeah, part of our group, Luke, as Real Progressives, is our policy pillar and our education pillar, activism and media. And we're all about those things, especially the education part, right? And I think that we're there on Medicare for all. I think that we've educated enough people to gather the support that we need. I mean, we've already got the obvious majority of America behind us, and we've got a lot of co-sponsors, and it's not like it's a radical idea. it's just we're the last country, the last modern industrialized country to not have socialized healthcare, and it's about time that we change that. But you know, like Bernie told us, he, you know, I have my own thoughts and feelings that I won't talk about as far as you know, how the way I feel about Bernie now as opposed to the way I used to feel him. I'm still a Bernie guy, I suppose, but you know, I don't think that any one person is going to save us. It's got to be up to us, and we have to get into the streets. He taught us that every successful movement from the past, it was catalyzed in the streets, whether it was the civil rights movement, the women's rights movement, gay rights movement. I mean, all of those got traction and really started. We started getting what we wanted with those movements, only because people filled the streets, people went to jail, people sometimes died to say in America that, you know, these things aren't acceptable, and you know, so that's where our movement has to go too. We have to, you know, manifest that in the streets, and we're gonna have to do it all together.
I'm 100% with you. And just real quick for the audience, I have Eric's Twitter handle @VestActions up on the screen here. Please go follow him. And a quick plug as well. This is the kind of thing that Real Progressives engages in: activism, education, media, policy, the pillars that Eric just mentioned. If you'd like to contribute, realprogressives.org/donate helps us be able to achieve some of these actions and bring you coverage of them and things like that. So we very much appreciate. We are a nonprofit. Any donation that you can make. Eric, you brought up the progressive politicians and Bernie, and I think kind of regardless of what any given audience member may think about Bernie now or used to think about Bernie, one thing that he did very much acknowledge, and you brought this up, is his leverage comes from that sort of like bully pulpit concept. He has no leverage if we're not out there vocalizing that we are behind the policy, right? So do you see some optimism perhaps in, again, regardless of like the quality of a politician? I don't think that so much matters as can we force their hand? Can you talk about how we can maybe engage in that kind of leveraging of their position?
Well, you've heard that saying, "We're the ones that we've been waiting for," right? Not anybody else, but us. And you know, I think that that's true, but I think what's more true is that we're the ones that they've been waiting for. You know, I think Obama said it himself: "Make me do it." You know, if you want something bad enough, make me do it. Right? I think he was quoted as saying that at one point. And that's what it comes down to. They're just not going to do anything that we need them to do, because we're playing second fiddle to the donor class and their lobbyists. And we're just not going to get what we want until we implement that part of, you know, catalyzing the movement in the streets. And once they feel those pressures, they might start singing a different tune. So I think that we can do this. It's just going to take a whole lot of us. So we'll be planning action. Go ahead.
The last thing I wanted to ask here is what can people do to get involved in this movement? People who might be passionate about this but don't quite know, like, what can I actually just do? If I walk out of my door today and I want to go help, what can I go tangibly do to try to aid in the efforts?
Well, we want people to come down and join us here in DC, and I want to look around for a place where we can bring in activists, a safe house, so to speak, a place that we can network, a place that we can host other groups, a place where they can, you know, grab a nap or you know, keep their stuff while we're in the streets, and maybe find something that, like an office, so to speak, or you know, maybe some commercial space that has a bathroom.
Oh, Eric's cutting in and out a little bit there. Are you still there, Eric? I apologize to the audience. Eric is on his phone, so we might just be having some connection issues here. Give it a minute. Hopefully it comes back like it did last time. Well, it looks like we may have
commercial space where we can all gather. But if you can't make it to right now, starting.
And he fell off. I apologize to the audience, you guys. His connection just hasn't been very great. He's on his cell phone out there on the streets. So I want to encourage everybody follow. Oh, here we go. You back?
I'm back.
There we go. It's like magic. All right, where were you? You were saying you wanted to find maybe a space where activists could kind of maybe sleep, leave their stuff, eat, this kind of thing. The very basic things that people might need if they wanted to travel and get involved. Can you carry on with what you were saying from there?
Yeah, we could network from there. We could make our signs from there. We could just have a base, if you will. So I think that's important that we get to that point. This is my first day here, so I'm just trying to get settled to my surroundings. But if you want to support us and donate, that'd be great. If you can't make it to DC, we'd certainly love your generous donations. You can go to both my Patreon and Real Progressives Patreon and support us. My Patreon is patreon.com/Yellow Vest Action. And Real Progressives Patreon is patreon.com/Real Progressives. So if you want to chip in a few bucks, that would be really great for both myself and the organization. Let's see, other than that, you can find us at Yellow Vest Actions for Real Progressives on Facebook and Twitter. And definitely, if you're not familiar yet with MMT, go to realprogressives.org and learn about MMT, because really that's the key to any of this, because we have to be able to answer the how you're going to pay for it question, right? Mm-hmm. And if we can't answer that question effectively, then we're starting from the wrong base. We're not answering we're not asking the right base set of questions. Instead of where are we going to find the money? How can we afford that? That's not the question. The question is, what do the American people need?
Yes.
And do we have the political will to make that happen? It's never a case of, do we have the money? Of course we have the money. It's never about the paper. It's about the real resources required. So
yes.
The real question is not how we're going to pay for it. The real question is why are they apparently trying to starve us? And not judging by the way they talk, but judging by the way they vote, it appears that they'd like to starve us out.
Yes.
They've got the power to take care of us, but they aren't. So the question is, why aren't they taking care of us when they have the power to easily? I think they're just trying to keep that wealth gap nice and wide, and keep the rich rich and the poor poor, and it's pretty awful. But I think that if we make the right demands, the right amount of us, we can get us all together at the same time. We could really make something out of this, a sustained effort, not just a march and go home, but sustained efforts. I think in France, their Yellow Vest movement hit the streets every Saturday, is what they did. They did that for over a year. So I'd like to see, there's a lot of Yellow Vest groups around the country. I'd like to see us all get together. And I mean, who doesn't want healthcare? Everybody needs healthcare. Every single person needs healthcare. So not many people have it. I think over 30 million people without healthcare now.
Without healthcare, without basic, On that note, I just want to say you mentioned MMT. For any of the viewers at home who might be asking, like, why do you want me to engage in economics? It's so dry and boring. And, I really do genuinely understand that sentiment. I happen to be passionate about it, and we happen to be passionate about it at Real Progressives. But the reason it is so important is that when we get pushback from conservatives or from neoliberals on progressive policy proposals like Medicare for All or a jobs guarantee or a Green New Deal or any of this kind of stuff, housing reform, any of it, the only leverage that the opposition has is to play the pay for card. So what MMT does is it cuts right through their only remaining argument, and it makes this discussion a very clear issue. The answer is very clear, right? So I just want to really encourage anyone at home who doesn't have at least a rudimentary understanding of MMT. Go to realprogressives.org for all sorts of great resources. A fantastic primer into this stuff is The Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton, which Eric mentioned earlier, if you're interested in reading that. And I encourage you to look into this and educate yourself on MMT. And the last thing I wanted to get to, Eric, you mentioned how popular this is. Can you just share what are people saying when you say to them, you deserve health care? How are people responding?
That's a consistent, everybody does. That's always the response when you tell people you deserve free healthcare. You and your family deserve free healthcare. They'll say everybody does. And I hear that every state over and over. It is the theme. So people are behind this. We just need to activate now.
Absolutely. I encourage everybody to get involved if you can. If you're in the DC area, at Vest Actions, there is Eric's Twitter handle. Reach out to him if you're interested in participating in some of these demonstrations and organizing. If you're interested in joining him in DC, that would be fantastic. If you know anyone in DC who may be able to help out facilitating some of this stuff, if they have a place or some resources that could be valuable, I encourage you to reach out and try to organize that and make that happen. Eric, thank you so much for what you are doing. This is, it's real easy for me to sit here in the studio and prop you up. You're the one out there, you and Riley out on the road, actually putting your feet on the ground and talking to these people. And it is absolutely invaluable. It is what we need. I cannot possibly thank you enough. And I look forward to seeing what kind of stuff you guys, what kind of good, what is the phrase, good trouble you get into up there in DC. Thank you for taking the time to talk about your journey here today.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
So that was Eric Kestner. Please do support him if you are able. And I'm going to close this segment out here with the latest video that Eric and Riley posted on YouTube. This was from this last week, so they were still in the middle of their journey, but I want to show you guys some of the things that they've been getting up to. This is the latest update from Eric on his journey.
And now for an update directly from Eric and Riley.
Hey everybody, Eric and Riley here. We're in Kansas City, Missouri. We had a great day. Lots of support from commuters passing by in their cars. We got into a good situation where we were at an overpass and during rush hour, and there's a big slowdown, and a lot of people were able to, since they were going slow, were able to, honk for support for us. And it really showed us that we're not in a bubble on Medicare for all at all. This country supports this action, supports Medicare for all. And even in cities that are, hardcore conservative cities, we're getting a lot of interaction and a lot of honking from those commuters as well. So just proving over and over again to ourselves that we're on the right path here, and that this country is ready for Medicare for all. Next city is St. Louis. We're going to be in St. Louis. It's about a 250-mile drive. So we're going to head out tonight, and we should be there in the afternoon. We're going to meet up with a couple folks, hopefully, from our group, from Real Progressives. And hopefully there'll be able to protest with us. And that's about it. We're on the way, and we're going to post up tomorrow, probably about noon or so. So if anybody's in St. Louis, DM me. We can get together and have a little mini protest, a little demonstration together. Thanks so much. Really appreciate you following, and we'll see you in the next town. Bye.
I am just so encouraged by the work that Eric is doing, and you know, this is what this movement needs, you guys. It really is. So I also want to say we're posting some of those videos on our other social media as well. You can go find the Real Progressives TikTok channel where some of Eric's updates are going, and this channel on YouTube that many of you are watching right now, Real Progress in Action, is also going to have some updates from Eric. So make sure you're keeping up with Eric's journey. Again, it's at Vest Actions. Please make sure you're following Eric. And if you're in the DC area or want to get involved, realprogressives.org, or you can reach out to Eric there on Twitter. Fantastic stuff, you guys. I'm encouraged. I'm feeling hopeful about Medicare for All based upon the response that Eric has gotten from these communities. So I want to move to a thread here from another regular source of the show, so to say. That's Alec Karakatsanis. He's an attorney, and he covers how the media misrepresents issues surrounding crime and police. And this is a thread yet again on how the New York Times is engaging in what Alec calls copaganda, which I think is a rather creative turn of phrase. So we'll just dive right in here. Thread. Yesterday, the New York Times published yet another piece of propaganda. Below, I try to explain what is so harmful about the most prominent corporate newspaper in the U.S. continuing to print distortions of what true public safety would look like. New York Times story's thesis is that a violent crime surge is derailing a supposed reform agenda by a few progressive prosecutors. There is so much wrong with it, but I'll highlight just the major points. For preliminary context, understand that police-reported crime is both a terrible approximation of harm, but also is itself near historic lows, even according to the police themselves. And he shows some charts here. You guys can see the trend, right? It's first important to see that it is a choice by the New York Times to continue reporting numerous articles on a violent crime surge, but not to talk about an air pollution death surge, or a child poverty death surge, or a wage theft surge, or a police brutality surge. Continued hysteria over small fluctuations in some categories of crime that represent a teeny fraction of crime, most types of which police don't track or care about, and an even more minuscule fraction of easily preventable death and suffering. He links, I encourage you guys to follow Alec at Equality Alec. He's always kind of like linking his own previous threads and linking his sources and things like that. It's vital to ask why the corporate news is so focused on things that are such a minuscule threat to safety and well-being compared to other crimes and non-criminal harms that would be preventable if the public was made to feel they were urgent. Second, the article continues New York Times campaign to portray right-wing policies that would be seen as alarming in the rest of the world as a centrist approach. As I've noted, portraying senseless brutality as moderate is a key staple of the New York Times manufacturing consent. But this article goes further. It describes Eric Adams and London Breed as having nuanced complaints. Another, more accurate way to describe the recent behavior of the two mayors would be lying, or science denial, or authoritarian. By not referencing the proven lies of these two mayors and treating their unhinged science-denying fear-mongering as nuanced, the New York Times takes a political position. The article even quotes without skepticism one of the more dishonest episodes in recent New York Times history. San Francisco Mayor London Breed going on New York Times podcast claiming falsely that San Francisco has tried everything else, and so it must resort to suspension of democratic laws and spend more dollars on cops. Third, notice that New York Times is less concerned with the truth on this life and death issue than it is with political perceptions of it. The New York Times prioritizes reporting what people think or seem to think rather than an objective attempt to educate people with facts about the issues. The New York Times thus ignores the evidence that the key policy changes it mentions, like reducing prosecution for low-level misdemeanors and reducing cash bail, save money and reduce crime. These policies are a success in the teeny number of places they were tried. I quickly want to note, when he says save money, he is talking about local constituencies, which are financially constrained. And, you know, we get kind of sensitive and rightly so about the verbiage being used on public spending. But in this case, these would be local constituencies. But a reader wouldn't even know about the actual success of these policies, because the political game of what Eric Adams and London Breed are saying about them is the story the New York Times chooses to cover. This is a disservice to all thinking people. The New York Times also ignores several pieces of vital context for anyone trying to understand this issue. One, how few progressive prosecutors there are, and two, how there are even fewer of them who actually change any policies that are significant changes in almost any respect. I'm sorry, guys, had to cough and hit the mute button and then didn't unmute myself. Instead, the article plays a both sides game. Its statement that there is no clear evidence linking progressive policies to more violent crime belongs in the Journalism Hall of Fame for two reasons. First, it's like saying there is no clear evidence linking too many bicycles to global warming. Sure, but the point is the evidence is the opposite, and there is really nowhere where there are too many bicycles. Second, the clause is followed by, but critics have been quick to make the connection, suggesting that prosecutors have let offenders walk. By presenting a both sides issue when the evidence is in one direction, the New York Times treats far-right talking points of cop unions as respectable. Finally, this leads to one of the most pernicious things about the article. After not providing any underlying context or evidence, it concludes that many Democrats believe that the demand to defund police has hurt the Democrats. No alternative view, i.e. one grounded in evidence, is presented. Readers are continually told that it was being too left that is hurting the Democrats, as opposed to, say, not doing popular things like providing health care and housing and money to people. It ignores this view. Instead, the New York Times suggests that this proposed public fear of crime just exists magically, independent of the huge campaign by right-wing police and corporate media. It merely says politicians are heeding these concerns. This is propaganda that portrays the politicians as merely channeling the will of voters rather than self-interested or corrupt politicians manipulating and influencing public opinion through their own relentless media campaign. This is a sort of fraud on New York Times readers. This framing wrongly hides the agency and political interests of these corporate establishment politicians and the array of real estate, private equity, private prison, probation, bail industry corporations, and police, probation, jail union interests they cater to. In sum, the article by Stead Wesley could have been about an unprecedented hysteria over relatively small objective amounts of harm compared to other causes of death and crime. It could have talked about the powerful interest behind such an effective propaganda campaign and who the for-profit and right-wing interests are that quietly influence Breed and Adams. It could have shown how it compares to racist crime media in the 80s and 90s, could have placed it into global context, could have explained that the war on the poor and the war on drugs have been utter failures, sold with the same propaganda that the New York Times now recycles. This article was by a talented reporter and is less overtly pro-carceral than some of the New York Times articles whose misstatements and one-sided sources I link to below, but the lack of flagrant overt bias is why the story's framing is even more troubling. If you made it all the way here, you deserve a picture of what my roommate was doing while I wrote this thread, and he shows his cat. That's very cute. So again, it's at Equality Alec, you guys. I really encourage you to follow him. He's constantly illuminating, bringing light to this form of propaganda, that the New York Times and other mainstream outlets consistently engage in, and we all need to be aware of that. The hyperbolic fear-mongering about crime is disingenuous at best, and really more deceitful overtly, and the complete decontextualization of all of that, right, is a major part of what propaganda is. Remember, guys, propaganda is not always, and in fact it very often is not, an explicit lie. What it is sort of a lie by omission, a lot of the time. What they choose to cover and what they choose to leave out is just as influential in terms of dictating public thought as the actual content in the coverage itself, if that kind of makes sense. So great work as always from Alec Caracat-Sanis at Equality Alec. Go give him a follow. One of the best on Twitter. So at this point, guys, I would like to show an interview that I recorded yesterday. It's the latest iteration of our candidate segment with Ramona Masacci talking to progressive candidates who have an understanding of MMT who are running for Congress. This is a somewhat special episode in the sense that this is Jason Call. He's actually running in my district. I live in Bellingham, Washington, and you know, Bellingham is part of the district, Washington 2nd District that Jason is running in. He's running against Rick Larson, who's one of the most conservative and corrupt Democrats in the entire House. So this is was a fantastic interview, and you know, I'm looking forward to seeing Jason as a sitting member of Congress instead of Rick Larson. So enjoy. This is Jason Call discussing his campaign. I am very happy to be back with our latest iteration of our candidate segment with Ramona Masacci. We're here today with Jason Call, who's running for Congress in Washington State. Hello to Ramona and hello to Jason. Thank you for being here today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me on the show to present my campaign.
Welcome, Jason.
Absolutely. Yes, it's great to have you back. If you want to just start by introducing yourself to the audience who may not know you, what brought you into politics? What's your background, and why are you running for Congress?
Well, you know, I'm an activist first and foremost. I've been an activist for 30 years. I've been an activist since my, you know, freshman year in college back in 1989. Anti-war activism, and over the way, you know, across the years. You know, over 30 years now, I've added a repertoire of things that I'm willing to fight for. You know, not just peace and anti-war issues, but healthcare. I'm on the board of a single payer group here in Washington State. I am very concerned about the environment. I've touched base with a lot of environmental groups here. Last year, I ran in 2020. Last year, I was endorsed by Sunrise Bellingham. I've got the endorsement this year of a youth and climate-oriented PAC called Future Generations. They endorse no corporate money candidates who have a focus on the environment. You know, I think we've been represented by a candidate or an incumbent in this district for over 20 years now. He's in his 11th term in Congress. He's loaded up on money from all of the industries that we are seeking to reduce their influence: polluters, fossil fuel industry, transportation industry, the war machine. So basically, all the things that I am trying to fight against to have a better future, he is taking money from and resisting the legislation that we need. He's a very corporate conservative Democrat. He is a Democrat. You know, I've done the research on the American Conservative Union's website. They actually rank all the candidates. And based on his career alignment with the American Conservative Union's priorities, he is the 35th most conservative Democrat in the House. And we're talking, you know, close to 230. He's about 85th percentile most conservative. You know, and so we're on opposite ends of the Democratic Party. You know, I know there's a lot of contention about whether people should run as Democrats, but this is a strongly Democratic district. I have been involved with the Democratic Party for many, many years. I'm always that fringe person kicking at the outside and trying to make change. We're trying to do it again at the federal level. We have got to get better representation in Congress.
Absolutely. And you brought up the corruption of Larson there. We were actually talking just before this call about his involvement in the Boeing 737 catastrophes. Can you just give a little description of the role that Rick Larson played in that? Not just Rick Larson, but the Congress more broadly as well.
Sure. And so, you know, we had talked about this because Netflix has just released a documentary. It's called Downfall. And it's about the 737 MAX crashes that took place with Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines in 2018, 2019, 346 passengers and crew dead because, you know, when it when it really comes down to it, it was the post-merger of Boeing and McDonnell Douglas that changed a corporate culture. Boeing was a very safe company prior to that. They were very focused on putting out the most safe aircraft, and their name was gold in the airline industry. So post-merger, the corporate culture changed. They started being more focused on stock prices and less focused on consumer safety and the quality of their products. Well, the FAA is supposed to regulate airline manufacture, and the House Transportation Department, and particularly the House Aviation Subcommittee, is supposed to regulate the FAA. So what led to these crashes is really a series of failures of government oversight, Boeing's terrible corporate culture at the time, where they were cutting all sorts of corners. They were in competition with Airbus. They were losing market share. What can we do to get back our market share? We've got documentation from post-crash investigations that they were definitely trying to hide design flaws, that they weren't willing to put things on paper that would lead back to any sort of culpability on their part should things go wrong. But and all of that is well and good. This documentary I just watched really puts a ton of responsibility on Boeing for their terrible corporate culture. And as we know, it's not just Boeing. I mean, corporate culture these days, and for the last, 20, 30 years since Reagan, has really been absolutely terrible in terms of consumer safety. But really the issue is, what is the role of government here? And Rick Larsen, as chair of aviation, and he's been chair of aviation since Democrats took the House in 2018. Prior to that, he was the ranking minority member for 6 years on the House Aviation Committee. But he takes a bag of money from the airline industry, not the airline industry, but Boeing airline manufacturer industry. In the 6 years since FAA problems were identified in 2013, he's taken $26,000, or he took $26,000 in campaign contributions from Boeing. And what I am really trying to identify here, and this is, just part of my campaign in general, but, it's really an opportunity for me to highlight this with Rick Larsen being the chair of aviation, with Boeing being the biggest employer in my district. In fact, the largest manufacturing plant in the entire world is right here in my district in Everett, Washington, where they build Boeing jetliners. It's an opportunity for me to say, look, this happened in our backyard. I'm the person who's willing to take this on, because, they say the fish rots from the head, and the head right here is government oversight. And we have it sorely lacking. I talk about this frequently, that we shouldn't have corporate campaign contributions, period, right? That's just corruption. But in particular, we should not have people who are chairing committees in Congress that have that regulatory power taking money from the very industries that they are supposed to be regulating. And that is exactly what the problem is with Rick Larsen in regards to the aviation industry. And it's exactly what led to those crashes that killed 346 people.
How come nobody ever holds government responsible, especially when they have the responsibility of oversight? How come we don't see that, where they're saying, oh, the plane crashes, so what went wrong? Let's go to the place of where it went wrong and try to fix this so this doesn't go wrong again. And it's just kind of ignored, thrown under the rug, and then the responsibility is put on the actual industry itself, but then the industry itself isn't even held accountable.
It's a really good question. I mean, I think we've got some serious problems with investigative journalism. Even this documentary, which I want to say was a good documentary, it really nailed what was going on with the corporate culture, and that can be transferred over many, many industries. But I was waiting over this hour and a half that I was watching this documentary. I was waiting for them to start talking about the failure of, they barely touched on the failure of the FAA. They just said Boeing hid a bunch of stuff from the FAA. Well, that's not supposed to happen. right? The FAA is supposed to have the power to regulate those things, and things were brought to them. I like the Department of Transportation's Inspector General had, as early as 2012, started complaining about this program called, well, one, about the culture of fear and retaliation in Boeing, that if, you know, the Boeing engineers knew if they put anything in writing about any kind of design flaw, if they put it in writing, they could stand to lose their jobs. Again, this is like, they don't want anything traced back to any decision makers should something go wrong. But the FAA is supposed to have that power of regulation. They should be able to demand documents. They should be able to know what's going wrong and say, here are the things that we need to change in our regulatory capacity for the protection of community. I mean, the FAA exists for the protection of the consumer. So they weren't doing their job. The Department of Transportation's Inspector General knew that they weren't doing their job and knew that there were problems with Boeing. And then you go to the actual congressional committee that also should have known. If they didn't know, they weren't doing their jobs. So where is the breakdown? I think maybe the breakdown in accountability comes from corporate media. We talk a lot about access. When you start challenging these people who are in positions of power, they start cutting you off from access. So I don't know that's not part of it. So yeah, I mean, I was frustrated with this documentary. Again, an hour and a half waiting. Where is it going to be that the government needs to be held accountable also, like the regulatory bodies need to be held accountable also? And there was nothing in there at all. Nothing. So I don't know.
You know, this Boeing thing, I'm also interested in from another angle. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that Boeing rushed the Max to rushed the development of the Max to compete with Airbus's Neo series of A320s. And when you have only two companies that own such a or control such a large portion of the market, what ends up happening is just a slight piece of background: the pilots on the A320, the new A320 series, did not have to go through simulator training because they already were qualified to fly the 320, right? So right. For an airline, that's a huge advantage in buying Airbus, because they don't have to put their pilots through weeks of training and pay for it. So Boeing refused to acknowledge this new MCAS system, because if they did, then pilots that are currently trained on the old 737s would have had to go through more training to fly the. So can you talk a little bit about how, like, we have this idea that competition creates innovation, but in this case, what actually happened is we rushed a dangerous product to market in order to try to compete. Can you just talk about how that dynamic is somewhat misconstrued in the public?
Well, I mean, it really comes down to, what is your end goal? Is your end goal having a product that is most importantly a safe product, or is the end goal that you have a product that is making your company money? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So it was the financialization of Boeing that ended up upending what was a very positive corporate culture that was focused on consumer safety. So, and I do think, I mean, I think it's a very salient point that you make here, that the competition in the industry, if the pressure is simply to compete and to make money, rather than to put out, because when we talk about innovation, we're talking about, can we get a better product? Well, here we weren't talking about getting a better product. I mean, we were getting a different product. It was supposed to be better, but the end goal wasn't actually necessarily a better product. It was to make the company more money, and that was the problem.
Ramona?
So Jason, how is the campaign going? Are you able to reach your voters?
Well, we're working on it. You know, everything is money right now. I mean, we've come close to. We're about to hit $95,000 total raised, which I'm pretty proud of. We raised $80,000 in 2020, no, was it 2021? I forget the year we're in. But in 2022, we've added close to another $15,000 on that in the last 6 weeks, which is not bad for a no corporate money campaign. We've got some good regular contributors. We would like to have more. We don't take any corporate PAC money. We do need to get materials printed. We are, we're pretty much solely running on social media and an email program right now. But we do have a lot of volunteers in district who are waiting for us to get materials in hand. And hopefully we'll be able to do that within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So I would just say to people, if you're interested in unseating a terrible corporate candidate and putting a real progressive in place, who is going to do, and I don't want to, there's a lot of argumentation in the Twitter spaces that, what is going to be different about you? We put the squad in there and the squad isn't doing anything. I disagree that the squad isn't doing anything at all. I think there are a few members of the squad who are doing really the best they can. I'm a big fan of Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush. I won't go much further than that. So there are some things that members of the squad have done that have been good. Has it been consistent? No, it has not. Have they challenged power the way they have needed to? No, they have not. So I want people to know that, like, if they're going to invest in my campaign, I'm going in there to swing bats. Right, our climate's fallen off a cliff. People are dying from COVID, but dying from our healthcare system anyway. I have no I've been an activist for 30 years. Like, if I go in there and it doesn't work out, what are you going to do that's going to be different? I will do everything I can. I'm not there to hold on to a congressional seat. I'd say as much as I am there to be that person that draws attention to issues that need to be changed. If I've got to be a loud voice, as I have done in the past in all of my other activism, then that is my job. My job is to go in there and swing bats. If I've got to slow down bad things because I refuse to vote for something, then I will slow down bad things from happening. I don't want people to have this idea that me as a single individual can go in there and change everything that's going on. That's, that would be absolutely ridiculous. But I want to say to the people online who have lost faith in the political system, give me a shot and see what it's like when somebody goes in there who, if I can be so bold, gives no fucks. I am living with my kids as teens and the future that they are going to have to deal with me being working class, my wife being working class, us dealing with student loans, us dealing with the healthcare system. I am you, right? I am not, I don't have a bank account. All my assets, I have a house and I have a mortgage, right? And I have a retirement for the 18 years that I worked as a teacher. That, by the way, because my wife was in school for the last 2.5, 3 years, and was not able to work full time. I, at the age of 51 years, I'm not 51 yet, I'm 50. But at the age of 50 years old, I've had to dip into my retirement over the last year just to make sure I can make ends meet. So when people think that, I've got some ultimate agenda to just get myself rich and to just cozy up to politicians, and, I have experienced, and lived working class life for the last 30 years, activist life for the last 30 years, have done my damnedest to make change everywhere that I have. And that's what I'm going to do when I'm in Congress. I am not ingratiating myself to anybody at all. I'm there to work for the people.
I am so glad to hear that, because I think there is this sort of lack of nuance when we talk about progressive politicians, right? And I think some people do have this expectation that if you elect 1 or 2 people, the whole world is going to change, and then they end up inevitably quite disappointed. But one of my disappointments with, and again, I take a nuanced view on these individuals, but one of my disappointments with AOC is she came in with kind of that mentality. She did the sit-in with Pelosi, and it seemed like, over time, she became a little bit less vocal and aggressive about these kinds of things. So how do you deal with the institutional pressures that are faced by members of Congress to sort of maintain that role as an activist that's kind of an outside pressure on the whole system?
Well, first of all, like I said, I am not there, and this is kind of a weird thing to say, because I think when you go in, you're like, yeah, I want to hold this seat and do as much good as I possibly can. I am going to get attacked by the system. If I get elected, there is no doubt that they're going to try and marginalize me. They're going to try and attack me. I have been, I don't know if I've told either of you the story, and we've had conversations, Ramona, we have had conversations in the past. I spent 4 years on the Washington State Democrat Central Committee. I got elected because when Bernie ran in 2016, I gathered a whole lot of Bernie people and I said, let's go take over the state Democratic Party. I know how to do this. And so we made some inroads to taking over local Democratic Party organizations, people in his chair, people in his county committee, people in his state committee. I myself got elected to the state committee, where I go and I start, writing resolutions that we should not be taking corporate money. And these resolutions pass, right? They pass. The body says. But the truth is, the state Democratic Party is very much controlled by the DNC. And we did not have enough people, like, maybe 35% of the people who got elected to the Washington State Democrat State Committee were those truly progressive types. And I was very much a leadership voice of that. Well, what happens is they turn around, they come after me personally. Jason's a bully. Jason has no decorum. Jason doesn't know when to, Jason's threatening. Right? Because Jason is so passionate about these issues and he doesn't take any bullshit from anybody. I'm all of a sudden a bully. And they actually suspended me from the Washington State Democrats State Committee for 6 months on completely bullshit charges. There were a couple of things that I did do. I cut down a Confederate flag, and they came after me for conduct unbecoming cutting down a
God forbid.
And I was serious. I was like, you really are gonna, that's the fight you guys want to have? But they threw in a whole bunch of like, Jason's a bully and Jason makes, like, as I was going around the district trying to get local Democratic Party endorsements, they even started filtering in there that, Jason's been abusive to women. Like, they will stop, honest to God, in terms of personal attacks. They will stop at nothing to make sure true progressive voices are marginalized. And when they can't go after you on policy, they can't compete on policy. Because the truth is, I had a hand in rewriting the state party's platform to be as progressive as it has ever been. Right? I mean, that was a lot of my work and my allies' work on the state committee. I challenged the party chair. I challenged for the party chairship in 2018, and the liberals were horrified. Like, why would you change? Why would you challenge this? We've got an LGBTQ woman as chair of, and she's a Microsoft exec. She's a complete corporatist. I'm not into this identity politics thing. I want good policy. So that was my issue. So they go after me for being for personal reasons, rather than having an honest debate about policy. And that's really what I'm trying to present to the voters in this district, right? This is a safe blue seat. There's no chance that a Republican will get elected in this district, even though that they've made it slightly more conservative. It's not going to happen. Republicans don't invest in this district. Tim Hazelow, who ran, if you remember, Luke, because you're up in Bellingham. Are you still up in Bellingham?
Yes, I am. And I do remember, yes.
I don't think he raised more than $30,000, and he was like the establishment Republican choice. They're not going to dump money into a race that they know they're going to lose, right? So it's a safe blue district. And what I am presenting to the voters of this district, to the Democratic voters and to the left voters, is we need a debate within the Democratic Party about what it is that we stand for. Because, I'm at the end of and that was the debate I was having on the state committee. I'm not a corporatist, right? I don't mind saying I'm a socialist. Does that mean me being elected is all of a sudden going to turn our government into a socialist government? No, it means that we have an expanse of voices and we have a diversity of voices, and having a socialist in there saying this is what we need is part of that, right? But they want to completely marginalize that. I call them out on their corporatism. Rick Larson, I mean, the guy I'm running against in the fourth quarter of 2021, raised almost 70% of his funding from PACs, most of it corporate PACs, right? So, who do you want to be represented by? I am, as Shirley Chisholm said in 1972, unbought and unbossed, and I'm in there to do the work of the people. I will swing bats. Now, if the voters of this district get that choice and they still choose to go with the corporatists, then hey, I did what I could do. I presented them with an option of how they wanted to be represented. They opted to have the same guy who's been in there for 22 years. Fine. I'll do the best I can to make my case. If I get in there and I get marginalized, which I will, I'm just going to say they're going to do their best to marginalize me as a representative. I am going to come back to this district at every single opportunity and tell people what is going on in Washington. And, it's not going to be the Republicans that are going to marginalize me. They're going to, they'll do the same thing to me that they do to AOC and, they're, these crazy socialists. But the real marginalization is going to come from within the Democratic Party. They are going to try and silence me. And I want to be able to go back to my district and tell my voters, you elected me because you knew what I stood for. And here's the Democratic Party trying to silence me. Now, is that what you want? Go ahead. Sorry.
I want to pass it to Ramona, but you mentioned something that I just really want to drive home because I've seen this so many times. The last person we interviewed was Shahid Buttar. He had a similar campaign launched against him. This happened to Alex Morse, who ran against Richie Neal. And it, to me, it is particularly disgusting because it is minimizing a very serious issue and politically cynically weaponizing that issue to try to suppress progressives. So I just want to make sure the audience look out for these disingenuous smear campaigns against anti-establishment progressives. That is just nauseating that they would try to do that to you, Jason. I just wanted to make sure that point got driven home. And Ramona, if you want to go ahead.
Appreciate that.
So once you get into Congress, how are you going to decouple policy, social policy, from spending that draws its spending from taxation instead of having it fully federally funded so that the spending is able to be more open and it's not limited?
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of education that goes along, and I know you're referring to the deficit myth and MMT, and I just, we saw in media just a week ago where people like Larry Summers, literally the people who had a hand in crashing the economy because of their terrible policies, and not just the economy for this country, but the economy for the entire world, come out and poo-poo modern monetary theory without even really sort of taking into the scope of why we aren't able to get the things spent on in this country that we really need, that are of benefit. I mean, Larry Summers' angle is making sure that Wall Street is still working for the wealthy. My angle is making sure our government is doing everything it can for the majority of people that pretty much get ignored by the policymakers in DC. So, I think that there's got to be a lot of education. I'll be taking my copy of the deficit myth with me to Washington. And I know that we've got some allies there, like Representative Yarmouth, who was really sort of given MMT some good consideration and understands the policies and is willing to try some things. But we've got to build that coalition. So I'm there to build that coalition that says, our goal, and I think Marianne Williamson, as you probably know, is a big supporter of my candidacy. She said something. I'm trying to think about the term. We've got to change our economy from a profit-driven economy. I'm not sure if that's how she characterized it, but to a humanitarian-based economy. The goal of government is to take care of its citizens. And if we're not taking care of our citizens, then it's a failing government, right? And so we have been a failing government for decades upon decades. And so that's the consciousness that we really need to change. It's going to be a very difficult job because people like the guy I'm challenging, Rick Larson, they got money in their ears, and Larson came from a lobbying background. He was a lobbyist for 6-8 years prior to getting elected to my where I live right now, the local county council, where he served for 2 years before getting elevated to go to Congress. So he came from a lobbying background, and I'm sure he's got a great lobbying job waiting for him as soon as whenever he gets out of Congress. So he's set. He knows where his bread is buttered. But I'm there to, like I said, I'm there to make sure I can get the best policy I can for the American people. And that is healthcare, and that is education, that is green transportation systems, that's a federal jobs guarantee. These are the things that are going to make us a better country, right? So again, what is the purpose of government? If the purpose of government is not to take care of all of your people, then you've got a failed governmental model, right? And it's a failed governmental mindset. That's what we've got to break. We've got a failing governmental mindset that we absolutely have to break.
Can I just rephrase one thing that you said there? Rick has a nice lobbying job for him. When you beat him and take him out of Congress, he will have a nice lobbying job waiting for him. I
try to have a little bit of humility here and not make any assumptions, but
that's all right. I'll be cocky on your behalf. How about that?
Thank you. I mean, the reality is, for a candidate like myself, it's an uphill battle. There's no doubt that it's an uphill battle. I have chosen for the arguments that I have with people online about, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm literally choosing the most difficult path to get elected. If my only goal was to just go get elected and have a nice cushy job in Congress, I'd be taking the corporate money, because that's the
you wouldn't be running as a progressive.
I'd be telling you lies. I'd get myself elected, and I'd turn around and give you the bird. That's not my goal.
And then you'd have millions of dollars backing you behind that, and tons of people not paying attention and just voting for you because they see your name on TV.
And I would do exactly what Rick Larson did, which is, as soon as he got elected in 2000, he moved himself to Bethesda, Maryland, and he represents the district from across the country. He's got himself a nice home in Bethesda, Maryland, just a few miles away from all of the weapons manufacturers and war machine headquarters. So,
So Jason, I was hoping you could talk a little bit about, we were talking before we were recorded today about there was some redistricting and this last year, but can you just talk about what is your district like? It happens to also be my district, but what is our district like? And how are you planning to appeal to this district? And then secondarily, I know during a pandemic it can be difficult to do some of the normal campaign things, but what is the plan to do outreach and to get your message out there?
Sure. So about the district, our district starts at the Snohomish-King County line, which is, about 20 miles north of Seattle. Snohomish is the county north of King County. And it had previously just gone up to Bellingham, about 2/3 of the way through Bellingham, fell short of the Canadian border by, I want to say, about 15 miles, maybe 20 miles. About 20 miles, and included the San Juan Islands and Whidbey Island, Camano Island, like the big islands in the North Puget Sound, extended maybe 15 miles inward to a little bit beyond the I-5 corridor, which runs north-south from like Olympia all the way up to Vancouver. But it's a mix of, prior to this prior to this census, right? So we get new information on demographics with the census. We'd been about an 88% white district. The new census puts us around, I think, the high 60s. So we have increased, diversity, non-white population in this district by about 20%, which is huge over the last decade. We've got a lot of immigrant families coming in. We have a mix of urban. We don't have like real urban, like Seattle urban, big city urban, but we've got Everett and Linwood, which are ostensibly, extended suburbs of Seattle. And then we've got College Town, Bellingham, and we've got a couple of naval bases. We've got the Whidbey Island naval base, and then we've got naval base here in Everett. So, I sort of military culture like it's part of the economy, but I think it's much less part of the economy than people tend to give it credit for. Like, I think there are only about 8,000 employees at the Oak Harbor Naval Base. And not all of them are conservatives. There's maybe a misnomer that anybody who's involved in the military is necessarily a conservative, because I've got friends who have run for office on Whidbey Island who are enlisted members of the Navy, and they are very much socialist. They don't say it out loud too much, but they and they're impacted. That's actually one of the things about being in the military, especially if you're enlisted. You don't get paid very much. I mean, military housing is extremely substandard. So I would just say, to military members out there, I want to improve conditions for serving members of the military. I want to substantially reduce our military spending, but I do want to make conditions better for the people who are serving in the military. We've got more coastline in this district than most districts in the country. We stand to be substantially impacted by rising tides. One of the things that came out just recently, like less than a week ago, is NOAA had identified that a 1 foot rise in sea level is inevitable if we don't do something immediately about the climate change, right? Well, 1 foot rise, that is going to impact a ton of places in our district, right? So, we got a lot of concerns. There are some real concerns here in this district about what the future is going to be when it comes to military spending, when it comes to climate. You probably know about the Growler program that's based in Whidbey Island. That is a huge concern for locals. And if people don't know, when we talk about what is a specifically local issue, the Navy has the entire fleet of their converted F-18s. They're called EA-18s. They're electronic surveillance jets, but they're flying morning, noon, and night, and have been for over a decade. We got decades long like local resident complaints. These things are flying at like 130 decibels, overpopulated areas, morning, noon, and night. I mean, I get people who are filming the noise. They're like, listen to this. They're 2 miles away from the runway. They're inside their house, and the noise is still 90 decibels, right? So 85 decibels at prolonged exposure is going to cause hearing loss. And these things in open air fly at 130 decibels. Some people are fine with it because they're like, they use the jets means jobs. For me, it does an incredible amount of environmental damage, an incredible amount of, just to our marine life, an incredible amount of noise pollution for our local residents. And I want to tackle this in as much as I can. Taking on the military industrial complex is a monumental task, but it's a really important thing to residents here locally.
One more district-specific thing, Jason. Can you talk about how Washington is an open primary state? The idea that you may be aiding a Republican's attempt to unseat Rick Larsen is very often disingenuously used against progressive challengers. Can you talk about that dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, we have primaries the same way California has primaries, which means whoever files for the seat, you end up with the top two vote getters. Now, I'm going into this primary under the assumption that Rick Larsen is going to get the top number of votes. He's got the name recognition. There are definitely some conservative Democrats here who do not want to see me elected. But the general feeling in the Democratic Party here is a more progressive bent. That is how I'm making my case as I'm going around to all of the local Democratic Party organizations, and there's 14 of them, 5 counties, 9 legislative districts, and I got to go talk to all of them, and I got to plead my case. And what I say is there is absolutely no harm in our district for having me and Rick Larsen on the ballot next to each other, right? So first of all, if he and I are on the ballot, you've eliminated all Republicans. So you're going to get a Democrat one way or the other. Your choice. You want a conservative Democrat, you want a progressive Democrat. Rick beats every Republican 2-1 in since 2010. The only time he's ever come within a couple of percentage points of losing his seat since he first got elected in 2000 is in 2010. If you remember 2010, it was after the first half of Obama's first term, where everybody was really disenchanted with the Obama administration, and there was a massive wave of Democratic losses all over the country. I think Democrats, they said, lost over 1,000 seats for either in Congress or in state legislatures. And Rick Larsen almost lost his seat back then, but he still squeezed it out by a couple of percentage points. Since then, he has beaten every Republican 2-1. And like I said, the Republicans don't invest in this district. In 2018, it was a libertarian who was on the ballot. The Republicans didn't even field a candidate who could have, gotten that second place spot. And of course, Rick beat the libertarian 2-1. So if I am the person, very outside chance that I am the only Democrat against a Republican, I'll beat the Republican. If Rick is the only Democrat against a Republican, he's going to beat the Republican. So the best scenario for this district is let's just eliminate the Republicans in the primary and have a D-on-D race. There's no danger in it at all. And it actually gives the voters a choice that they have never had before. And the other thing is it puts Larsen on the spot, like, to defend his record. It gives him, and he can defend himself. That's fine. I mean, he's terrible at it when he's pressured. But for me to say, here's why you shouldn't, here's what I'm going to do. But look, here's really why this guy has not been a good representative for you over the last 20 years. Voters have never had an opportunity to examine his record in a serious way. And I think that they deserve that chance.
Do you think that Rick Larsen would debate you once you win the primary?
He may be forced to. He certainly won't debate me pre-primary. But he may be compelled to by local Democratic Party organizations. I want people watching this to know that I do have, there are 5 counties in the district. I have the support of at least 3 of those county chairs. Some more openly, some less openly. But I've got good support within the Democratic Party. Like, a lot of people are really itching for a change. A lot of people really don't like Rick Larsen. So he may be forced into it. And I tell you what, if we get post primary and he refuses to debate, I'm just gonna go forward in this case. It's why this guy's bad. It's one of the reasons why this guy is bad. He's not willing to be accountable.
If he debates you, he loses. That's it.
Yeah.
He just loses because there's no way he can defend himself.
No, I've got the goods. That's why for the entirety of the 2020 campaign season, as I was in Zoom meetings with him, and I'm looking at him and he's looking at me in these Zoom meetings, and we're making our case for endorsement. He talked about the inevitable Republican that he was going. Even he was just openly dismissive of my campaign, and he's doing the exact same thing right now. He is not. Even when I'm right there in the room, he is openly dismissive of my campaign. Personally, I think it's coming off badly, because I get to say right away, look at this guy saying he's 100% sure that he's going to be against a Republican in the district. And the other interesting thing is, actually, I wrote a Facebook post on this at about 3:00 in the morning because I'm up thinking about these things a lot. He messages out. He doesn't talk about policy a whole lot when he messages out to his email list. I'm on his email list, and my Oppo research guy is on his email list, and we analyze everything that he sends out. He talks frequently about protecting the House from Republicans. Well, he knows full well that this seat is not in danger of, being lost to a Republican. But here's the other thing, and I think this is the more interesting point about that. He votes with the Republicans a lot. Like I said at the beginning, he has an extremely conservative career voting record, 35th most conservative of sitting House Democrats right now. That means he votes against the Democratic Party a lot. Is that what the Democrats in this district want? They want somebody who very often sides with the Republicans, like to roll back Dodd-Frank regulations, right? To repeal the estate tax, to, and Dodd-Frank regulations twice, like right after Dodd-Frank was instituted, he started going after them. And then there was a thing that in 2018 where a number of Democrats were really chastised for going after it, and he was one of them. Talking to the LGBTQ community, he talks a good game about protecting LGBTQ rights, but when the big decisions were coming down, and I forget the names, Obergefell and was it Windsor, basically repealing the Defense of Marriage Act, and then federally legalizing gay marriage, a large number of Democrats had written letters to the Supreme Court and said, we want you to repeal these things. He was absent from both of those. He does not step out in front on any issues at all. A lot of the LGBT community doesn't know that, but there were maybe 20 to 30 Democrats who didn't sign on to those letters, right? This is a big thing for the Democratic Party, making sure that minority rights are protected. He didn't sign on to them at all. If you'll notice his Twitter feed right now, it's Black History Month. He is retweeting a whole bunch of, this was the first Black person in history to do this, and Bessie Coleman, and these are all good things, right? That's great. This is Black history. He has never been out in front on police, on criminal justice reform, on police accountability. He does not mention Black Lives Matter. The first time he ever said Black Lives Matter was in the wake of the George Floyd riots. Never said a thing about Mike Brown and Ferguson. Never said a thing about Freddie Gray or Sandra Bland or any of the high profile Black people who have been killed by police, unjustly in this country. Doesn't say a word about them. Once it was kind of safe to say something about, and then he got all behind, yes, I'm 100%, we have to be behind the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. But prior to that, no leadership whatsoever. And all he is a name on it, right? He doesn't get out there and actually advocate for any of this stuff. He's not a leader in any sense. And to that point, of all the people all the Democrats who were elected in 2000, who are still in office, and there's far too many of them, quite frankly, he has the least floor speaking time of any of them, So
he just doesn't care.
Well, I don't think he does. Like I said, he knows he's got a lobbying job waiting for him. He's very performative on, I've had people tell me, this campaign season, that the way he is messaging to his email lists, completely different. He has been proud of being a moderate in the past. He has been proud of bipartisanship in the past. But they're saying he is messaging out like he's a progressive, right? And it's because I'm challenging him. It is wild that when he puts email asks out, he's like, can you contribute $3 to this grassroots campaign? He's trying to drive down the fact that his average contribution is something like $800. A lot of it comes from corporate PACs. So here I am, and I get to say, hey, listen, I've had over 4,300 contributions right now, and my average is about $22, and no corporate PAC money whatsoever. So, who's the real grassroots environmentalist progressive? Talks about himself being, bold FDR like, and it's, I think people are really seeing through it.
There's this amazing trick that I think you're talking to. I mean this very broadly, but there seems to be this amazing trick that Democrats engage in where they get to portray themselves as the most anti-Trump people, and yet the progressives that they're running against somehow get portrayed as like, you're going to help Republicans. And it never ceases to amaze me, right? Like you vote with them half the time, and you want to take this label of like, I'm the most anti-Trump person in the room. I mean, can you talk a little bit about that dynamic? It's insane to me.
Well, I mean, it's capitalizing on this, I think there's a very real fear. People have this fear of somebody like Trump because, I think the worst thing about Trump is that, obviously he's corrupt. Obviously, he's a charlatan, but I think he does put fear into marginalized communities because he is such a flagrant racist, misogynist, xenophobe, and so I think that there's a very real fear that the establishment Democrats disingenuously tap into. I think it works because, when you start arguing with older Democrats and they start bringing up this, like, you're gonna, why would you challenge a good Democrat? And I have to talk to them about, he's not actually a good Democrat. I don't know what your idea of a Democrat is, but for me, he's not a good Democrat. He votes, so, but like you said, it's disingenuous, and it's trying to tap into a real, very real fear. I don't want to dismiss the fear that people have that we could end up with someone worse than Trump. But that was what I said about, the danger of electing somebody like Biden, who was not going to do anything for people, is that the backlash would be, you would end up with somebody potentially worse than Trump in 2024. And I think we're seeing that right now. I think it's almost seems to be almost a foregone conclusion in a lot of the establishment media that the Democrats are going to get creamed in 2022 at the congressional level. And rather than be honest about why that is, which is like, you guys aren't getting it done. You can blame Joe Manchin, you can blame Kirsten Sinema, but you're not getting it done because you're a corporate-based party that never wanted to get it done in the first place. That was not your goal. You shit all over Bernie when he was the person who was going to get things done, and you shut him down because he was the person who was going to get things done, and he was going to expose, all of the corruption. Well, you're part of the corruption too. So there's a ton of hubris that is going to have to be swallowed here in the next couple of years.
Jason, I cannot wait to see you in Congress. I'm been a huge supporter of yours since last election cycle. I've gotten to know you over the last few years, and you've just been so consistent throughout, all this time. And I am so grateful that you're running. Can you tell people how to find you, how they can support you?
Sure. Everything I can be located at Call for Congress. There you go. You see the website right there, callforcongress.com. Please sign up for my mailing list. I put out an email almost every day. Some of them are direct, like, hey, give me money. Some of them are issues related. We have started doing press releases now. We were waiting until after the new year to kind of get our press release game going. But we got picked up in the Cascadia Daily News recently. Hey, Jason Calls challenging Rick Larson, and a couple of other outlets have picked us up also. So we're going to continue doing press releases. We are in the process of finalizing our press release on the Boeing issue. I think that will probably go out on Monday because nobody else is talking about the lack of congressional oversight. We're really hoping that some media outlets will run with this story because it is absolutely part of the problem. But there you see, at Call for Congress, that's Twitter. I speak my mind on Twitter, sometimes not in a professional way, but when people, but this is the thing, when people say, oh, you're not professional, I'll drop an F-bomb here or there because I think it's warranted. People say, oh, you're not professional. I'd say, look around you at what the professionals have done. This is what the professionals have done to us. Right. So no, you call me, you say I'm not a professional. I wear that as a badge of honor. No, I am not a professional politician. I'm here to kick ass and take names, as they say, do that the best we can.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'll take the teacher and the activist over the career politician any day, Jason. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing you have some success this election cycle. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here today. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely appreciate the opportunity. Ramona, always great to see you. Thank you. And I'll see you guys both out in the social media spaces.
Perfect. So I thought that was a very good interview, Jason. Obviously, a pretty fantastic candidate, and I'm fortunate to be in his district and have a congressional fight that I can participate in sort of locally. You all saw the links there. Go follow Jason. Check out his campaign. Rick Larson is among the worst Democrats in the House, as we kind of dove into there. And he desperately needs to go. So support Jason if you can. It's callforcongress.com. We appreciate him taking the time to come on, and look forward to bringing you another candidate this coming week with Ramona. So the next story, it's actually kind of a related story to some of the stuff we were just talking about there, the corruption in the Democratic Party and this kind of thing, and how they oppose progressives. We have a new PAC, courtesy of Hakeem Jeffries, which is very clearly not designed to win the Democrat swing states or defeat the Republicans, as they would have you believe their efforts are always aimed towards. What this PAC clearly is there to do is to fend off lefty challengers. And it's made obvious by who they have decided to endorse. This is courtesy of Common Dreams. Progressives slam corporate Dem PAC's first slate of endorsements. Quoted as extremely alarming that critical resources from Democratic Party leadership are going to protect incumbents from having to face any competition in deep blue districts instead of protecting the swing seats we're in danger of losing in November. So they make it obvious here, you guys, that when they're pouring money into deep blue districts, what they're clearly trying to avoid is a lefty challenger having any success. There's no threat of Republicans in these districts. So it's a little bit of a mask-off moment in a sense. And Hakeem is just, for those who don't know, he's largely viewed as the person who would replace Pelosi whenever she retires or loses her leadership position as Speaker. And Hakeem is just an awful politician. I mean, he is corporate Democrat through and through. Really would not be any sort of an improvement from Pelosi, and that's saying something, right? So we'll dive into these details. This is by Julia Conley. Slate of endorsements for corporate Democratic incumbents was met with indignation from progressives on Thursday, with critics accusing a political action committee started by the fifth-ranked House Democrat Rep. Hakeem Jeffries as prioritizing a defense against challengers from the left rather than fighting to retain seats in swing districts. Team Blue PAC, it's so ironic to name it that, you guys, when it's not about Team Blue, Team Red. That's not even what you're engaging in. Started last year by Jeffries and Reps Josh Gottheimer, another terrible representative, and Terry Sewell, another terrible representative, announced on Wednesday its first endorsements in the 2022 Democratic primary elections. The PAC offered support and $5,000 campaign contributions to Shontel Brown, who I'm sure many of you remember as having run a horrifically dirty campaign against Nina Turner and succeeding quite recently in the special election there in Ohio, Danny Davis in Illinois, Carolyn Maloney in New York, Donald Payne Jr. in New Jersey, and Dina Titus in Nevada, all of whom face challenges from progressives who are campaigning on broadly popular economic justice and climate policy proposals. As Sludge reported earlier this month, Team Blue PAC received more than half of the $152,000 it raised in the second half of last year from other political action committees associated with corporations like Comcast, UBS Americans, New York Life Insurance Company, and Next Era Energy, and trade associations representing realtors and consumer creditors. Real savory group of people to be bringing in your money from, right? The endorsements come amid concerns that Democrats face slim chances of maintaining their majorities in the U.S. House and Senate, as Congress has failed to deliver President Joe Biden's domestic agenda. Misframing there. Joe Biden has chosen not to deliver on his purported agenda. Where was I here? I hate it when articles do that shit. The Build Back Better Act, largely due to obstruction from two of the most conservative Democrats. Again, misframing here, guys. If you think it was Manchin and Sinema that tanked that bill, I got a bridge to sell you. It was the party as a whole, and it was Biden's refusal to use the bully pulpit. Biden refuses to do a large portion of his agenda that he could do by executive order. So to blame Congress here is quite disingenuous. And while I think Common Dreams is generally a good outlet, shame on them for that framing. That's outrageous. Progressive groups, including Justice Democrats, which has endorsed two of the challengers to Team Blue PAC slate, have repeatedly warned that the party has damaged its chances to maintain control of Congress as it's allowed the expanded child tax credit to expire. We're going to talk about this later as well, resulting in a surge in child poverty in January, and as Biden has refused to use his executive power to cancel student loan debt. There they acknowledge the executive power, right? Quote, it is extremely alarming that critical resources from Democratic Party leadership are going to protect incumbents from having to face any competition in deep blue states, deep blue districts, instead of protecting the swing seats we're in danger of losing in November, Waleed Shahid, communications director for Justice Democrats, told Rolling Stone on Tuesday. So it's very obvious what they're doing here, you guys. This is a mask-off moment. Democrats have always put a great deal of resources into combating challenges from the left. In fact, I think that many portions of the party, especially the most powerful actors in the party, would prefer a Republican to a Nina Turner or an Amy Vilela or any of the other challengers that they're trying to fend off with this PAC. They made that pretty clear during Bernie's campaign, didn't they? I think if you got an honest answer out of the Democratic leadership, they would have told you they'd rather have Trump than Bernie. Their behavior, it demonstrates it. You can't say one thing out of one corner of your mouth, and then everything you do demonstrates the exact opposite. Their response to Bernie is much more visceral. It's much more I don't know how to quite put it. They're totally incompetent when it comes to running against Republicans, right? Can't beat Donald fucking Trump. Donald Trump they couldn't beat. But boy, whenever they want to fend off a challenge from Bernie, the whole party machine kicks right into gear, and just like that, they have the required endorsements and the required, right? So their actions kind of betray their purported agenda here in this case, in this PAC. Another situation where the Democrats are more intent on fending off lefties than they are on beating Republicans. But of course, they would have you believe the exact opposite if you listen to their rhetoric and their messaging and the way that they talk in the media. For them to pour, you just watch too. This is the other part of this, you guys. When they get boat raced next year, or this year now, this coming fall, when they get boat raced, absolutely annihilated, they will turn around and say it's because of the left. They'll turn around and do that while they're actively fighting against the Nina Turners of the world. If Nina Turner replaces Shontel Brown in a deep blue district, does that mean Republicans have any more seats? Does that mean Democrats lose the House? No. So don't let them lie to you in this instance, and don't let them blame the left when they shit the bed because they refuse to implement even their weak, mild, purported agenda. Okay? Do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. And guys, as I've said many, many times, and I saw a lot of commentary going on during the Jason Call interview, electoral politics is far from the end-all be-all, you guys. It's one tool that we have, okay? I think the focus, we drive change from the streets. We drive change with activism and organizing and pressure and strikes and unionization efforts, and like the direct action stuff is what drives change. But if you're just going to throw away a tool in electoral politics, I think you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. And in this case, if those progressive challengers were to win, we would be better off. I understand the Democratic Party as a machine is not going to allow the kind of changes that we want, which is why we actually need to throw the kitchen sink at this, okay? I will support whatever party you're running in. If you prove to me that you're a leftist and you're actually going to fight, I'll support you. I don't care if you're independent or green or running in some new socialist party, or if you're going to run as a Democrat like Nina Turner or Jason. And in this instance, this is an area where we have a serious shot in some of these districts. And this PAC obviously is a recognition and an acknowledgement that they feel that threat. They wouldn't be pouring money into those elections if they didn't feel that threat. So we need to keep that pressure up and keep their feet to the fire. Shame on Hakeem Jeffries. He's out and out lying to people by portraying this as Team Blue PAC, okay? Out and out lying to people. Can you imagine if a lefty did something like that, how the media would respond? Shame on Jeffries and all the others involved. Gottheimer, I think, was one of them. Shame on them. That's terrible. And how the media will misrepresent this. It's awful. It's unscrupulous. It's awful. So next story I wanted to cover here, a very, very depressing story about Afghanistan. I'm sure a number of you have followed the impending famine due to our seizing their the Afghans' money, billions of dollars. It's outrageous. And just so you guys know, what the Biden administration is trying to use as a justification for this is litigation, a lawsuit being brought by some family members of 9/11 victims against the Taliban. But these assets are not the Taliban's assets that were frozen and stolen. The assets are of the Afghan people, and they're the ones suffering. They're the ones starving right now, you guys. Starving. 23 million Afghans food insecure right now because of our decision here. The Biden administration is hiding behind slow litigation when in reality they have the power to deal with this right now. This is The Intercept that gets into some of these details. It's by Austin Allman and Ryan Grimm. White House shifts blame to courts as Afghans endure winter famine, says it's being proactive. The administration blamed ongoing 9/11 litigation for delays in sending desperately needed assets back to starving Afghans. Since the Biden administration promised to release half of the $7 billion in Afghan central bank assets back to the country late last week, it has offered very little information on how it plans to do so or when. Instead, the White House has blamed the delay on the court proceedings concerning the other half of the funds, which President Joe Biden set aside to settle a lawsuit against the Taliban by a small subset of 9/11 victims' families. The result is a game of finger pointing in which the lives and livelihoods of millions of Afghans are suspended, falsely contingent on the slow-moving court and rapacious circle of lawyers. The proceedings are currently under an injunction, while more 9/11 families argue they should also have access to the funds, but legal experts say Biden's broad emergency powers allow him to release the seized funds anytime. In fact, Biden was initially forced by a court order in the Taliban lawsuit to make a decision about the assets, which were frozen when the U.S. withdrew from Kabul, despite belonging to the Afghan people and not the Taliban by February 11th. And guys, I just want to make a comparison here. When the United States drone strikes a bunch of women, children, and civilians, should their family members come sue the U.S. government? I say yes. Can you now imagine? Just imagine what would happen if another country somehow was able to freeze U.S. assets, leaving millions of Americans food insecure and facing famine. And then what they said was, well, we're taking those assets because you killed a bunch of fucking civilians in our country and there's a lawsuit going on. We're going to give that money to their families. Can you even imagine how the U.S. would respond to this? How the U.S. media would respond to this? We would be going to war, and the entire corporate media infrastructure would be right behind it, manufacturing consent for it. But when we do it, it's okay. When we cause millions of people to starve, it's okay, because it's really, we're being compassionate for the 9/11 victims. We're being compassionate here. It is absurd. It makes my blood boil. When news of the split fund first broke last week, it was reported that the half not reserved for ongoing litigation would be channeled through humanitarian groups. That appears not to be settled. The corresponding executive order doesn't specify, and officials seem undecided on what exactly they want to do with the billions of dollars held in the New York Federal Reserve Bank. For now, the funds are said to be in the process of being diverted to a trust fund for the benefit of the Afghan people. So instead of just giving the funds back and immediately resolving the situation, they're going to jump through all these fucking legal and technical hoops in an effort to delay that process. This is criminal. This is violence that Biden is inflicting upon the Afghan people. In an interview at the United States Institute for Peace on Tuesday, Thomas West, the State Department's Special Representative and Deputy Assistant Secretary for Afghanistan, tacitly confirmed that the administration is still weighing whether to use these funds to provide the Afghan economy with liquidity. He conceded that the consensus opinion he hears among Afghans and experts on the best use of these funds is to channel them towards the potential recapitalization of a future central bank, but told moderator Stephen Hadley that officials are early in their discussions about how to release the funds. A source with knowledge of internal discussions, who was granted anonymity in order to speak freely, confirmed that the administration is considering releasing some of the funds to the Afghan central bank. So, I mean, guys, like, what the fuck do I even say here? What do I even say here? We somehow made the situation worse by pulling our troops out of Afghanistan. They're disconnected. I want to be clear. We should have pulled out of Afghanistan. But the point is, in doing so, we seize their assets that results in their government not being liquid and their inability to have fucking food for their civilians. What do I even say? I say shame a lot. Shame on Joe Biden to the utmost degree. However much emphasis I can put into a shame on you, that's directed at Joe Biden and and then some. So we'll keep an eye on this story, you guys, but I want it to be understood and clear that people are starving to death right now in Afghanistan. As we speak, people are starving to death because of the inaction from Joe Biden. It's what do you even say? What do you even say? Imagine if Trump did this. How would MSNBC be reporting on this if Trump did it? Whew, got a little worked up there, right? Kind of out of breath. We have another story that is, very, I don't know, even disgusting, I suppose. This is in The Guardian, and it's about Prince Andrew having settled his lawsuit with Virginia Giuffre. After Prince Andrew settled, where does the Epstein case go next? The prince's settlement with Virginia Giuffre leaves several loose ends, including whether more in the disgraced financier's circle could be implicated. For those who don't know, Virginia Giuffre is one of the prominent accusers of Jeffrey Epstein and his powerful friends. She has accused Prince Andrew directly as having abused her. He denies knowing her. Of course, a photo came out disproving that of the two of them together. And this is the result of the lawsuit that Giuffre brought against Prince Andrew. After news of Prince Andrew's settlement with his accuser Virginia Giuffre, the question of who or what the tentacles of the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking conspiracy will envelop next remains, New York attorneys believe it is unlikely any more will be said by the parties involved in Andrew's case, assuming the senior British royal keeps to the agreed settlement. The letter that accompanied the court filing last week, agreed by both sides, was unusually explicit and calculated to the purpose of settling the matter for good. Quote, it gave Giuffre something, including recognition that she'd been a victim of sex trafficking, but not everything she wanted, including an admission of guilt, said the New York lawyer Julie Rendelman. But attention will now return to a slew of other unfinished business. Excuse me, guys. God, I got myself all worked up that last segment. Now I can't fucking... But attention will now return to a slew of other unfinished business stemming from the sex trafficking ring run by the disgraced financier Epstein, his one-time girlfriend Maxwell, and possibly others. Certainly the nature of the circles that Epstein moved in, powerful, elite, famous, and wealthy, make continued interest by media and law enforcement inevitable. The loose ends in the Epstein saga include the outcome of challenges to Maxwell's conviction and her yet-to-be-scheduled sentencing over the summer, which will include victims' impact statements. There is also the question of prosecutors' appetite to reach down the conspiracy chain, boy, what a framing, and the disposition of about $440 million left in Epstein's estate after $121 million was paid out to victims through a compensation fund. Finally, there is potential for a new round of civil claims against those involved in the sex trafficking conspiracy. But the release of the names of 16 John Does, in effect, potential clients of the conspiracy that were redacted from depositions in Virginia Giuffre's defamation lawsuit against Maxwell may initially produce little more than headlines. So I'm a little bit, you guys, I want to be really, really clear before I give my thoughts on this. Virginia Giuffre owes us nothing. She is a victim here, and whatever she needed to do here, I do not begrudge her one iota. I want to make that incredibly clear. I am a little bit disappointed that this settled. As I expressed last time that we talked about this case, an actual trial could have been an opportunity for some of this stuff to come to light. And the settlement, unfortunately, will undoubtedly include NDAs about certain elements of the case. So that aspect is quite disappointing in that this was one of the last, avenues by which we might have had some transparency about who was involved with Epstein. And even if there aren't going to be legal consequences faced by those individuals, which there should be, we could at least as a public know. Right. And there would at least be the understanding of what had happened and who did what. And many of these people are very powerful figures, very wealthy figures. We could cut into their influence if they were named and shamed in this regard. Right. So I am disappointed that this settlement occurred in the sense that it may close one of the most obvious doors for us to achieve some sort of transparency. But again, Virginia does not owe us a damn thing, you guys. I would not have expected her to go forward with what would be undoubtedly a miserable experience going to trial like that. No one wants to do that. No one wants a team of high-powered lawyers sifting through, looking for some way to discredit you. Litigation is not a pleasant experience. I don't begrudge Virginia for not going forward with it and for taking a settlement. It's just really too bad from the general public's point of view that we're not going to get any information out of this lawsuit that we didn't already have. One interesting side note here, you guys, some of this settlement will be paid by the Queen, like personally by the Queen. I just want to point out what an absolutely horrendous son Prince Andrew is, to abuse women and then turn to your mother to pay out the settlement that you just had to go forward with because you were abusing children. What a horrendous child. I mean, like, can any of you imagine doing that to your parent? Can any of you imagine having your child do that? Oh, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And obviously, he's a horrible human being. I mean, I don't mean to just minimize it down to you're a bad son. You're a terrible human being. Prince Andrew deserves to be locked away for the rest of his miserable life. And unfortunately, that is an impossibility. At least here, there is some embarrassment. He's obviously been stripped of his capacity to engage with the royal family in the whole publicity, kabuki theater nonsense. But that's really the extent of his punishment here. And that is really too bad because he committed some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. And, it's just too bad that he's not going to face any more consequence than being shamed. So I always want to keep up on that story, you guys, because I'm fascinated by the circle that Giuffre ran in and how he was able to inundate himself from any legal consequences right up to the very end. I think it has to do with the powerful circles he ran in. I think he had insight in when you guys understand, when you are close personal associates with multiple U.S. presidents, with the British royal family, with high-ranking members of Congress, with the wealthy and elite and the culturally influential, you have access to information and leverage that none of us have. And that's valuable to the wealthy. So I'm fascinated by the sort of corruption angle to this as well, and how Epstein was able to inundate himself from any consequences for as long as he was. So we'll keep up on that story. I'm very hopeful that there will be some other avenue by which we can get some information and transparency here, but I'm not naive enough to expect it. But if there are any updates, we will be sure to bring them to you on the Maxwell and Epstein case. So at this point, guys, I would like to transition to our labor update, which has become a weekly segment, and very rightly so. It's a very relevant topic right now, and it's something that I think the left needs to really rally behind to whatever extent is possible. We're going to start, as always, More Perfect Union. You guys at More Perfect US, go follow them. They do fantastic reporting on labor organizing. They're constantly bringing videos and articles talking about various companies and how they treat their workers. They're highlighting strikes and protests and unionization efforts and all this kind of stuff, right? So we're going to start with a video that they put together about the workers who make Reese's products, which is owned by Hershey. And obviously, they don't treat their workers so well, as I'm sure you guys will be stunned to hear.
One is the Hershey prison, and we get home release.
I've worked 28 days straight consecutively without a day off at Hershey.
I've worked 33 days straight.
72 days consecutively. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Did I try to get days off? Yes. I was denied that weekend unless I got my own coverage.
Our first focus is, it's all about the well-being of our employees.
We were considered essential employees, so yes, the overtime was there. Yes, the overtime was forced.
Very much important is how you treat people.
There's no empathy or sympathy within your system.
People are going on their breaks and just not coming back and not wanting to be a part of it. and leaving.
They obviously had people or agents watching our Facebook posts or our social media.
I work on the outrageous O. Henry line.
On the new Reese Cup line as a wrapper operator.
My line was at Hershey was strictly almond joys and mounds.
We have the two-tier system that started with my group that come in 2008.
Tier 1 employees tend to make between $2 to $3 more than Tier 2 employees, and they have a significant amount or more vacation.
The ones that are on the old pay scale, they have a pension, whereas I do not.
I was led to believe that there was a 5-day-a-week work shift. Once getting there, that was completely false.
Production workers feel that Hershey's does not want to replace the equipment due to cost, cuts into their bonuses.
With the machinery not being maintained properly and being outdated, it's constantly breaking down, which means that you're never going to get a day off because you got to have those days to make up for the downtime.
I have seen favoritism that is unreal.
There's not really much room for advancement if you're not in one of the cliques, if you're not a family member of someone that's in power.
The point system that management has now just reflects a non-caring attitude towards employees.
If you get sick, you will get a point for that time lost or that time missed. Even though we have sick days built into our policy, those sick days count against you.
And you're only allowed to miss 5 days out of 365 days a year. At 3.5 points, the company deems that you have some sort of emotional or mental issues, and they send you to counseling for missing 3.5 days of work out of an entire year.
A certain supervisor told me that I could not discuss the union on the company floor. That's illegal.
When management found out that I was very active in a previous union, I started to get a lot of attention from management. And I felt like I was being watched, especially on breaks.
A business unit leader for my department earlier had brought me his phone, and it showed a post that I had made on our union page.
We intend to now file unfair labor practice charges against management because we're not going to turn our heads on spying on union activities, which is illegal. Even the impression of surveillance is illegal.
At Hershey's, there's a fear of retaliation. It's real, and we're seeing it.
I was late coming back from a designated break. I took 44 minutes. It was supposed to be 30. I was talking in the locker room, lost track of time, and when I come back, there was management. There is no doubt in my mind that I have been terminated because of my union activities, because they know that I support this union 100%.
The normal procedure is you'll be warned, you get a reprimand, a verbal warning, a written warning, eventually a suspension, but no one's terminated right off the bat with that.
I was basically fired on a first-time offense, but they're using a previous disciplinary action against me to further my termination.
When was that disciplinary action?
6 years ago.
This will be probably a dozen unfair labor practice charges at this point.
Hershey shares hitting an all-time high today after beating Wall Street expectations and raising guidance for the year.
Other factories within the area were getting hourly raises as much as $2 an hour, but we were given like a $200 lump sum.
You know, I'm so proud of our employees for how they've united together and operated with agility to capture this opportunity for double-digit sales and earnings.
It was a pleasure working there, except for the never-ending overtime, the not being able to get sick without penalty, and the constant fear of being written up or fired over the smallest infraction.
We need this union.
They're spewing nothing but half-truths, they're lying through omission, they're fear-mongering, they're gaslighting, and they're just running scared, in my opinion.
A message to the awesome fellow co-workers there is hang tough. We're going to make a difference.
Great to see you guys. You know, I can't even keep up with all of the industries and businesses that are unionizing on a week-by-week basis. It's great to see this. You know, they called it the Hershey prison. I mean, oh my goodness. That's wonderful to see. Obviously, Hershey, a huge business. It's also just worth noting, you guys, there are certain products and you know, chocolate and coffee happen to be a couple of them that I know about, where the product itself is coming from essential slave labor in other parts of the world. Now, I want to be clear. I mean, like the way that a company like Hershey's operates, they're stealing labor from their employees, regardless of where those employees are. But a lot of the coffee beans and cocoa beans are coming from even more exploitative methods from around the world. So everything about Hershey's is horrific, about as bad as it can get. And I'm thrilled to see an effort to unionize Hershey's. Yeah, and I stand firmly in solidarity with those workers, as always. If you are in a community where a Hershey's plant is looking to unionize, please do support that effort. And we have one more here for you guys, a company called XPO Logistics, which I had not heard of, but apparently is one of the bigger shipping companies in the country. And More Perfect Union went into how they treat their truckers. So this is, again, More Perfect Union talking about XPO Logistics.
Es una compañía miserable que no tiene un sentido humano para con sus trabajadores.
It is heartbreaking. I have seen drivers show me their settlement statements where in any given week they may have owed money to the company. In other words, it says negative $200.
En un día promedio de 12 a 14 horas, probablemente 4 horas o 5 horas que no nos pagan.
They have worked a 40, 50-hour week, but because the deductions for their truck payment, for their repairs, for their maintenance, for their insurance, that week was more than they earned, they owe money to the company. It's indentured servitude at its worst. It's modern-day sharecropping.
Quiero aclarar que no somos contratistas independientes. Ellos nos han clasificado como contratistas independientes para que nos roben nuestro salario y nos roben los beneficios que nos corresponden como empleados.
Misclassification is a crisis for port truck drivers. What misclassification is where employers, in order to increase their profits, they take their drivers here, who under the law are in fact employees, and they misclassify them, try to treat them as independent contractors.
Mi experiencia que he trabajado en otras compañías como empleado, pues tenemos los beneficios como es de disability o desempleo, pagamos seguro social y para que tengamos un retiro en la vejez de seguro social, que esta compañía no nos da esa oportunidad.
Nos sancionan, ellos nos corren. Entonces, en la práctica, somos empleados, pero en el esquema de contratación, que es el engaño, somos independientes según la compañía.
And this is going to be sending the message loud and clear to other employees that you do not have to put up with these antics of your employers who try to misclassify you as independent contractors when you are employees. You have the right to a union.
De mis compañeros se han enfermado, incluso yo me he enfermado por el COVID el año pasado, estuve 3 meses fuera de la compañía y no pude recibir los beneficios que el Estado, desempleo o disability. La compañía no me pagó, por 3 años yo no tuve salario y eso es una violación a los derechos del trabajador.
O sea, nos niega el derecho de decir que somos empleados.
Yo puedo ver aquí a mis compañeros que tienen más de 65 años todavía trabajando, porque no podemos tener el derecho al retiro. o ningún retiro digno.
Ellos dicen que son una compañía fuerte, pero con mucho sentido humano. Entonces, llévenlo a la práctica, porque en realidad ustedes son muy inhumanos.
No pagándonos, por ejemplo, desde que llegamos tenemos que inspeccionar el camión y averiguar que el camión esté listo. Cuando recogemos la carga tenemos que hacer una inspección. Todo ese tiempo no nos los pagan.
So even under the most stringent of employee status standards, these drivers have been found to be employees. So it is clear, the writing's on the wall. XPO may try to fight it, but these workers are going to win their right to a union election. And based on what I've seen, they're going to win their right to a union and a good, fair contract.
When there's a case that's brought to me, be asking the board to reconsider this doctrine, which is Joy Silk. And basically what it said was, if a union provides evidence of majority support and seeks voluntary recognition and bargaining, and the employer has no good faith doubt that that union actually does have the free and fair support of a majority of the workers in that particular unit, then the employer should voluntarily recognize.
For years, there were charges of their unlawful terminations, interrogation, threats. Now we have additional charges, even recent charges that we just filed, that they have violated the law by telling employees, their drivers, that they're independent contractors when in fact they're employees. Because what interferes, restrains, and coerces employees more in the exercise of their rights to engage in protected activity and their right to form a union than to effectively say, you are independent contractors and don't have a union.
Siempre tienen la costumbre de intimidarnos, de que nos van a despedir, que se va a ir el trabajo para otro lado. No, nosotros somos indispensables en esta industria de camión. Ahorita podemos ver los puertos cómo están llenos, que no hay choferes. Solamente que ellos quieren robarnos más dinero de lo que nos corresponde. Por eso a mis compañeros, no tengan miedo.
Hay que pedir respeto, hay que exigirlo. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos no van a venir a ofrecerte seguro médico, no van a venir a ofrecerte un plan de retiro.
A la compañía le digo que nada más observe lo que la ley dice, que ya se le ha multado, ya se le ha dicho que somos sus empleados. Pero ahora queremos que la ley obligue a la compañía a observar la ley y que no solamente le multe, pero que lo obligue.
Así es que no hagamos caso de palabras necias. Nosotros sabemos lo que significa y hoy tenemos la oportunidad, la que hemos estado esperando por muchos años. Así es que, compañeros, adelante y hasta la victoria.
Absolutely fantastic to see. This one also, I think, has a sort of particular importance in the sense that one of the attorneys there that they featured was talking about the misclassification trick, which with this new, we're going to get to actually to a gig economy story here in a little bit. The one of the tricks is like the Ubers of the world. Will classify their drivers as contractors, and then they don't have to follow portions of the labor laws because they don't apply to contractors. They only apply to employees. In this case, they're trying to use that same trick to basically convince the employees. It's deceitful. It's a lie. It's not true. But they're trying to convince the employees that because you're a contractor, you don't even have the right to unionize. That's an out and out lie. Of course it's illegal to do that, you guys. And that's why the courts have fined them and told them to knock it off, right? But what do? They keep fucking doing it because that's what companies do. So I once again stand in firm solidarity with the workers at XPO and truckers, that are fighting for decent treatment and dignity in their workplace. So, good again on More Perfect Union for bringing that to light. And we actually have a little article here in More Perfect Union pertaining to the Starbucks unionization efforts. Starbucks attempting to force out union leaders at Buffalo stores. Jordan Zacharin. Multiple leaders of the Starbucks union drive in Buffalo, New York have been warned that they may be fired in the coming weeks as a result of policy shifts planned by Starbucks management after the first successful unionization effort at one of the company's U.S. stores. So this is intimidation, right? It's you unionized, now we're going to threaten to fire you, which again is supposed to be illegal, you guys. It's supposed to be illegal, but the NLRB has so effectively been defanged that they often can't do anything about it. The new rules appear to target several of the Starbucks workers who led the organizing drive at Buffalo's Elmwood location, Starbucks' first unionized store, and who now sit on the union's bargaining committee, as well as workers who are leading the union push at other stores in the area. Managers told workers in several Buffalo stores, including Elmwood, that any employee working less than 20 hours per week could be terminated. Multiple sources tell More Perfect Union. A majority of the union leaders in the Elmwood store work fewer than 20 hours per week, the threshold for full-time benefits at the company. The part-time schedule is typical for many Starbucks employees who frequently balance the work with other jobs, school, and family commitments. These workers include Jazz Brizak, Cassie Fleischer, and Kellen Montagne. Oh my gosh, I butchered that. Montagne, I apologize. Who have been prominent faces of the union movement and sit on the bargaining committee. It would also impact leaders of the organizing committee at the Delaware and Chippewa store in Buffalo, which recently announced its intention to unionize. Representative for Starbucks denied that there is a new 20-hour rule and said that managers were having conversations with partners about their availability in light of an increase in workers asking to reduce their hours. The managers, Starbucks said, are asking workers to expand their availability in order to keep the business running. Starbucks is under pressure to negotiate with the newly unionized employees, as is required by labor law. The company has thus far only had one sit-down conversation with the workers. Firing some of them could be part of an effort to stall the negotiations and prevent workers from achieving a first contract. So it's obvious intimidation. It's a delay tactic. And this is the classic kind of union busting shit that we see that I will again point out is illegal, brazenly, explicitly illegal. But because the regulatory agency, the National Labor Relations Board, that is supposed to deal with this kind of infraction has been so effectively defanged, there is often very little to none, no action at all when companies engage in this criminal behavior. So, you know, just I'm inspired by this labor push, you guys. I know I'm talking about this a whole lot. You know, I've done a number of interviews about it, and that's for a reason. This is a big moment for the left, you guys. It's a almost hard to describe how big of a moment this could be for the left and for this country. So if you can, please get involved in efforts to unionize, efforts to strike. If you can contribute to mutual aid funds for striking employees, that is one of the biggest deterrents to engaging in a strike, is that many of these employees, because they're striking because they're so mistreated and undercompensated, cannot afford to take the time to strike. So if you can contribute to mutual aid groups who support striking workers, if you can support unionizing workers, please do so. If you can join demonstrations or protests against companies union busting, these kinds of things, any way that you can get involved on the grassroots level to further this labor movement, I cannot possibly implore you strong enough to do so. And once again, at More Perfect US, More Perfect Union, huge shout out for their fantastic, consistently fantastic work on the labor issues. So I want to talk a little bit here about I'm sure some of you followed the whole Jeff Zucker leaving CNN situation, and Cuomo having abused his position and being forced out as well. And then Zucker had like an affair with his number two at CNN. Actually, he was the one that brought her in too, which makes it even worse. Anyway, part of the reason I want to talk about this, you guys, is how it has been framed. Okay. Jeff Zucker, at first it looked like Cuomo was going to be forced out for having aided his brother, using his sources to aid his brother. Gross violation of journalistic ethics, even the most simple ones. And what has come out now is that the reason Zucker had to step down is that Cuomo's attorneys threatened Jeff Zucker, basically saying, listen, it's not just that you were, I wish I could remember the woman's name. It's not just that you were having an inappropriate relationship with a colleague. It's that you knew what what Chris was doing for his brother Andrew, and you hid it and you approved of it as the head of the network. So that part's getting swept under the radar, or under the rug rather. And I would like you to consider how CNN would react if this story was about Fox. One real simple trick, you guys, in all of politics: flip the characters around in the story and see how you feel. That'll tell you whether or not you're principled. And in this case, CNN very much not so. They hoot and holler about the ethical violations of Trump and his media stooges and all this, and rightly so. But then they turn around and engage in rank hypocrisy and engage in the same kind of conduct. So there's a number of angles to all of this stuff, you guys. But the other part I wanted to get to is they're planning a streaming platform called CNN Plus. Okay. And I've talked before about how these cable outlets, they don't seem to understand their problem. They have not properly diagnosed why their ratings are tanking. They seem to think that it's not a matter of their talent sucking and their content sucking. They seem to think that they just need to go online, that it's just the medium. And then all of a sudden, all of us millennials and Gen Zers will start, watching CNN. It's hilariously pathetic, that analysis, right? You wonder how these businesses have gotten to the prominence that they currently enjoy when they are so stupid, so naive. So they bring in fucking Chris Wallace, you guys, thinking he's going to be their big star on CNN Plus. Chris Wallace. And the update here is that the company that has acquired CNN is now rethinking how they want to go about CNN Plus. Now, this was Jeff Zucker's baby, apparently. This was his project. He was the one running the show, doing the strategy, doing the hiring, all this kind of stuff. And now the new bosses have come in and basically said, yeah, that's going to be a miserable failure. So what they're going to do now is, instead of leaving CNN Plus as its own entity, they're going to combine it with other subscriptions that they think will actually get people to subscribe. So entertainment options, they're going to have a cooking show, and they're going to offer movies and shit like that, right? Because they know that their politics streaming platform is going to fail miserably unless they pair it to something that people will actually subscribe for. It's just a hilarious admission, you guys. It's that's why the network is failing so bad. And by the way, they have dipped even more than the other cable news channels. As of late, they barely hit 200,000 on the target demographic the other night, which, you guys, I don't know if you understand how pathetic that is. It is ridiculously pathetic. Like, it's unsustainable, ridiculous. Like, and I know that sounds like a lot of viewers to I look up right now and I have 28 people watching this live stream. It's not like I got room to talk in terms of having a large audience, but obviously I am not dealing with the same sort of treatment from YouTube algorithms or from platforms that these CNN fuckers are. 200,000 for a cable news outlet on the target demographic in an evening is terrible, 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 terrible. And it's a great sign. I'm thrilled to see it. It's fantastic. But this new guy, Jason Kyler, I believe is his name, the guy that is representing the company that bought CNN out, is clearly at least intelligent enough to recognize that the talent CNN has been propping up is a significant part of the problem. When Chris Cuomo is your highest rated host, that's a pretty bad fucking spot to be in, isn't it? So I also wanted to point out, I think it's a little bit ironic that, I should be really clear, I'm not at all condoning, you guys, what was clearly an inappropriate relationship between Zucker and his number two. But I do want to point out, like, she was very high ranking in CNN. So this doesn't have the same power dynamic feel to it that some of these inappropriate relationships can have. So I kind of find it funny that something that seems quite innocuous compared to a lot of the damage that CNN has done is actually what got Jeff Zucker tanked. For what it's worth, Donald Trump would never have had a chance in hell at winning the presidency if it weren't for Jeff Zucker. Zucker was the executive at NBC that propped him up on The Apprentice to start with. Zucker and he were in constant contact throughout the Republican primary in 2020. I'm sorry, in 2016. So Jeff Zucker, and he's been complimentary of Trump, says he likes being around him and all that kind of stuff. So it's just funny to me that, like, of all the harm you've done running this absolutely outrageously terrible network that does propaganda for corporations and for the U.S. State Department and military contractors and big financial institutions, on and on and on. That doesn't get you in trouble in our media environment. That you prop up Donald Trump and give him a platform and make him relevant, that doesn't get you in trouble in our media environment. What gets you in trouble is the relationship with, someone who was almost his equal. And again, you guys, I want to be incredibly clear. I do not condone the relationship. Any power dynamic like that is inappropriate, okay? But, like, it seems rather innocuous compared to all of the other immensely harmful things that Jeff Zucker has done that have impacted millions of people, right? And had a very negative impact on our media, the health of our media, the health of our public narratives and discussions and discourse, right? So anyway, we'll keep up with that story too if there are any updates, but it's I think it's kind of seeing the outrage from CNN hosts over Zucker's departure or his being forced out. I think they're kind of telling on themselves that they supported this man so much. And apparently Zucker was very close with his talent. And I think that's part of why they're so upset, is that I bet a bunch of them have spent years kissing Jeff Zucker's ass, fully thinking that that meant they were safe and their job was safe. So it is, I mean, how is it not hilarious to see that turn around and bite them in the ass, right? I've spent years kissing up to this dude and now he's gone. And now my complete lack of talent is probably going to lose me my job and my healthy income that I never had any business making in the first place, right? That there's something quite hilarious about that, right? Brian Stelter, I want to give a particular condemnation to Brian Stelter because he is supposed to be the media guy at CNN. He's supposed to cover the media critically, including, by the way, when you're a media critic, you're also supposed to be critical of your own fucking network. So what does he do? He watches this whole Cuomo situation go by without a peep, right? And then he complains and has a meltdown because Jeff Zucker is forced out. And he lionizes the guy and just, I mean, oh, it was nauseating to see his response, right? So Brian Stelter doing the exact opposite of his job. His job is to hold the media accountable. And what he has done instead is inundate his network from very reasonable criticism about the way that they go about their business and their lack of journalistic ethics. So, it's really funny to see, you guys. Again, what would Stelter have said if that was the head of Fox that ended up being forced out because of an inappropriate relationship? What would Stelter have said if that was the head of Fox that had originally propped Donald Trump up on The Apprentice? It's just their hypocrisy is so incredibly brazen and obvious. And I think that they're starting to kind of tell on themselves in a way that even such a propagandized public as the United States can see pretty clearly. And hence the precipitous decline in their ratings, which I'm also very glad to see. And we will continue to celebrate that decline in future shows. I also, very briefly, you guys, I just wanted to touch on, I'm sure some of you saw this. We obviously talk a lot of MMT and a lot of macroeconomics and fiscal policy and things of this nature at Real Progressives. We have, if you're interested in educational content on MMT, please go to realprogressives.org. We have all sorts of articles. Our founder and CEO, Steve Grumbine, does a podcast, the Macro and Cheese podcast, that is centered around an MMT-informed view on social issues and economic issues. So, all sorts of material there if you'd like to learn more about MMT. But the reason I bring up MMT is that some of you may have seen that Stephanie Kelton and Rohan Gray are guests this week on Jon Stewart's podcast. I believe it's called The Problem with Jon Stewart. And Stewart had previously had on an ex-chair of, I think it was the Kansas City Federal Reserve. I might have that wrong. An ex-chair of one of the Feds. And Honig was his name. I wish I could remember his first name. Someone can put it in the chat there if you remember. Was it Thomas Honig? Something Honig. And John kind of pressed him. He didn't have the economic verbiage to properly press Honig on this issue, and I don't begrudge John that or anyone that. But Honig kind of dodged the whole thing. And Stephanie Kelton and Rohan Gray put out a conversation that they had in response to that segment, where they tried to give an explainer of what John was trying to get to, right? That Honig kind of refused to answer. And the fantastic news that I want to bring to all of you is that Stewart clearly saw that and offered to have the two on to clear up those misconceptions from the previous podcast episode. So I just want to say, keep your eye out for that this week. On The Problem with Jon Stewart will feature Stephanie Kelton and Rohan Gray. You can go on Twitter and see they put out a little 5-minute teaser of the episode, which was obviously pre-recorded. Go to Jon Stewart's podcast Twitter handle. I'm not sure what it is. The Problem with Jon Stewart. And you can find that short little clip teasing the episode. Where they directly address exactly what I was just talking about, the interaction that John had with Honig. So it's heartwarming for us MMT activists to see when MMT actually gets platformed like that, because that is just not all that often, right? And, you know, good on Stewart for platforming it and being responsive to the conversation that Stephanie and Rohan had about his previous episode. Keep your eye out for that coming this week. I'm not sure what day it drops, but The Problem with Jon Stewart featuring Stephanie Kelton and Rohan Gray. I am very much looking forward to that episode. So I want to show you guys a clip here. This is Matt Stoller talking about how big businesses are making attempts to monopolize the marijuana market. And this has long been a fear of mine. I'm in Washington State. I support legalizing all drugs, not just marijuana. Prohibition of substance use just does not work. And I think we all recognize that, right? Robust mental health services and robust rehabilitation services and cutting into poverty and providing housing. This is how you actually deal with problems of addiction and problems of substance abuse. Marijuana obviously has no business being a Schedule I drug. It's far less dangerous than alcohol. I think I can say that objectively and not even add the "in my opinion" part. And so, you know, the problem with the legalization effort is that you don't want the Marlboros of the world to end up taking it over, right? And the way that certain states are going about their legalization process is kind of allowing for a consolidation of the market to the very top. So Matt Stoller, if you guys don't follow his work, he's somewhat of an antitrust expert, a monopoly expert, and he is doing a regular segment on Breaking Points where he brings some of these stories to light. So this is Stoller talking about the marijuana industry and how big business is attempting to monopolize it.
So in 1933, the American government ratified the 21st Amendment to the Constitution, which formally ended the prohibition of alcohol. Just a few years later, in 1937, we made marijuana illegal, so we replaced one form of prohibition with another. Now, since then, being tough on drugs has been as American as apple pie.
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse. In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive. I have asked the Congress to provide the legislative authority and the funds to fuel this kind of an offensive.
But this hostility to illegal drugs has slowly waned in the last 20 years. 19 states have legalized pot completely, 37 have made medicinal marijuana legal. But as late as 10 years ago, the drug war sentiment was still quite strong, places like Congress and among our political elites. So for instance, in 2011, Republican House Speaker John Boehner said, quote, "I am unalterably opposed to the legalization of marijuana or any other FDA Schedule I drug." Standard drug warrior. But Boehner and other politicians were fighting a losing battle on America's second prohibition. The question today, maybe even a few years ago, was no longer whether pot will become legal. It's now when and how. Now, one way we know that is to listen to the same politicians who were formerly so tough on drugs and how they've now become ardent supporters of legalizing marijuana. So starting a few years ago, a bunch of them, former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, former Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, former House Leader, former Congressman Joe Crowley, they suddenly changed their boomer mindset, as did Surprise, surprise, John Boehner himself.
Like most Americans over the last 10 years, people's opinion on this issue have evolved. And I felt myself, like any other American, my position evolving over the years. But I never really thought much about it until Kevin and I began conversations 4, 5, 6 months ago. And I thought to myself, this might be something that I could lend my voice to that makes sense.
And the fact that you're joining the board, does that mean now you see a path in which either state regulations spread like wildfire or the federal level begins to embrace this instead of reject it?
Now, if you want to legalize pot, which most people do, you'll see this is a good thing. But what's far more important at this point is to understand exactly why once powerful politicians like Boehner are suddenly speaking out. And that has to do with another kind of green that we are all too familiar with in our political system: money. Now, last year, sales of legal marijuana were at least $17.5 billion, which is give or take about $50 for every man, woman, and child in America. It's a big industry. And the money that pot generates is part of the pitch that men like Boehner are making for legalization.
When I'm talking to politicians, cannabis jobs are a major selling point, but so is the tax revenue. Colorado, perfect example. Since 2014, they've collected in the neighborhood of $815 million in tax revenue from cannabis. That's not $815 million in sales. They're ringing up billions there. That's $815 million in just tax revenue. Colorado poured that money into infrastructure projects, plugging holes in budgets, healthcare. Heck, $21 million was handed to law enforcement. The police are using cannabis tax dollars to keep the streets safe. And the biggest chunk of this cash, $200 million, has gone toward building new schools. Out in Deer Trail, Colorado, there was an elementary school that was falling apart. Sewage leak in the locker room, swimming pool wasn't safe, school doors wouldn't lock.
But corporate advocates of pot aren't really concerned about money for schools. Former high-level politicians like John Boehner don't just become spokesmen for large industries for free. In a piece a few years ago on why Boehner changed his tune on pot, why he was speaking out, the New York Times showed that Boehner held a large stake in a $3 billion corporation then being sold to the biggest cannabis holding company in the world, Canopy Growth, to create an $18 billion monster. Buried deep in a financial filing from November 14th, 2018 is Acreage's disclosure. Acreage is the company that Boehner was representing. Acreage's disclosure that the two men each held 625,000 shares in the company, which if sold after the company's sale to Canopy, would net them a fortune. And behind Boehner are billions of dollars of investment, with the goal of building out an industry that could reach over $100 billion domestically and $1 trillion worldwide. Still, this leaves open the question of where the money's going to go and who will receive it. What's the business model? Pot is not like semiconductors or even cigarettes. It's easy to grow, which means that it's hard to maintain high profits. If you charge too much, someone else can just come to the market and undersell you. Consumers can even grow their own. The answer to how to keep profits and prevent competition in the market is monopoly. Now, here's an excerpt of a presentation a few years ago at the American Cannabis Summit Countdown to Legalization. Now, I really like this excerpt because it hits that sweet spot between boring and creepy that all great corporate sales pitches seemingly have. It'll give you a sense of just how investors and salesmen like Boehner are thinking about cannabis.
The first phase is a free-for-all. There are tons of startups and small firms. New players are constantly entering the market. Nobody has giant market share. No clear winners yet. Phase 2, that's where we see massive consolidation. Smaller companies start merging. Bigger companies acquire smaller ones. Phase 3, that's where the mega deals happen. The big guys start merging with each other. We've seen plenty of these deals eclipse $100 billion. Then phase 4 is where the action slows down. You have just a handful of big players in an industry. This is the blue chip stock phase. John, where do you think cannabis falls on this timeline?
We're in a sweet spot right now. Cannabis is nearing the end of phase 1, and here's where it gets me really excited. We're starting to see those red blinking lights, signaling this industry is about to jump into phase 2 with a bang. Rapid consolidation could lead to rapid profits for those who strike now. The writing's on the wall. Scott's Miracle-Gro, the boring fertilizer company, they were one of the first movers. Their CEO declared that cannabis was the biggest thing he's ever seen. Initially, he committed to investing $500 million in the sector. But then he starts buying cannabis companies, and he can't stop. Hydroponics and lighting companies, companies that sell soil to cannabis farmers. He's already cut checks totaling $705 million. Scott's Miracle-Gro isn't the only household name eyeing the cannabis market. Johnson & Johnson is linked up with two small firms. Coca-Cola is talking about making cannabis-infused beverages. I was on the board of a major tobacco company, Reynolds. You think big tobacco is staying on the sidelines? I've talked to these guys. They're going to sit this one out. And they have the dollars to acquire whoever they want. We're just beginning to see some action in this space. Imperial Brands, makers of Kool and Winston cigarettes, they invested in a medical marijuana research firm in the UK.
We can't forget the alcohol companies. On August 1st, Molson Coors announced they were partnering with Hexocorp to create cannabis-infused beverages.
But again, it's not that easy to create a monopoly around marijuana because it's a weed that grows, you can grow it anywhere. Now, sure, you can put marijuana into consumer products. You can make it easy to vape. There are markets for ancillary supplies to grow it, and all of these things have some barriers to entry. But the competitive threat of new entrants is always there. A lot of people know how to grow it already. So what's the plan? Well, they'll put cash into lobbying. Right now, the big weed companies are trying to get states to legally restrict competition so they can build and protect market power. In other words, they'll use the law to give themselves monopoly. Now take Curaleaf and Green Thumb Industries, two of the biggest cannabis corporations. Now here's what they're telling investors. Curaleaf says that it, quote, maintains an operational footprint of primarily limited licensed states with natural high barriers to entry and limited market participants, end quote. Now that's an annoying corporate speak way of saying they want monopoly power. Green Thumb Industries says it is seeking to operate in, quote, limited supply markets, end quote. That's a slightly shorter but equally annoying way of saying the same thing. In fact, Green Thumb's CEO told shareholders in one letter that, quote, every day is day one at Green Thumb. Now, if this sounds familiar, it should. It's because it's Amazon founder Jeff Bezos himself coined that phrase to describe his own firm, saying that at Amazon, it's, quote, always day one. And what he meant was Amazon employees should always be aggressive at seizing market power and crushing rivals and suppliers, as well as extracting tax concessions from cities and states who do business with them. So the weed executives now behind legalization are taking their inspiration, in fact, plagiarizing the slogan from perhaps the most aggressive monopolist in the world. But it's not all bad news. It's early. In fact, mostly it's good news. We're right now transitioning from illegal markets in marijuana to legal markets. It's very similar to what happened after the end of prohibition of alcohol that I mentioned at the top. Like alcohol, it's going to be regulated, or it's regulated right now at a state level. Now, because of alcohol, it's in the 21st Amendment to the Constitution. It says it's got to be regulated at a state level. But pot's a little different, the legal framework. Since pot is illegal at a federal level, but legal in some states, it's the states themselves that regulate it. And naturally, different states have chosen different models to organize these markets. So Oklahoma, for example, has 12,000 new weed businesses because of its particular regulatory model that allows competition by small firms. By contrast, Virginia handed out monopoly licenses. So there are fewer businesses. Now, it's an exciting time for cannabis because these are new markets. And so the rules are still being set. And how we structure these markets is very much up in the air. So what are the tricks that would-be monopolists are playing to game these markets in their favor? And how should states regulate their markets to best ensure competition? To answer these questions, I turn to an anti-monopolist and marijuana expert, Shalene Title. Shalene is a drug policy attorney and a fellow at the Drug Enforcement and Policy Center. She's actually written laws in Massachusetts to structure marijuana markets in a way that protects small producers and retailers. And now she thinks about the problem more broadly. So, Shalene, what are some of the tricks that the big weed monopolists are trying to use to gain and maintain market power?
So I'd say the biggest trick is looking for limited licensing market structures. So going into a state and saying, in order to keep this under control, you should only have 15 or 20 licenses to make and sell marijuana throughout the whole state. And then they will lobby to get themselves, usually because they're already in the medical market, early access to sell cannabis. And then they'll do the same thing at the city level. So at the city level, they'll say you should only have 2 or 3 cannabis stores in this whole city, and here's why they should go to us.
So which states have been pro-monopoly on weed legislation and which states haven't?
So I'd say Florida is one of the worst. But in general, the East Coast has kind of been worse because the West Coast legalized cannabis first, and it was kind of before it was clear how profitable it was going to be. And so you didn't have as many big companies involved or lobbying. But on the East Coast, you see companies really lobbying for these kind of oligopolistic market structures. I'd say some of the best are Washington, Oregon, and then Massachusetts is a unique one because even though we're on the East Coast, we did put a lot of work into ensuring that no company can dominate the market. You can't have more than 3 stores, for example. And we also invested a lot into making sure that we were reading contracts and making sure that what was happening in real life was the same as what was happening on paper.
What are the possible health consequences of consolidation?
So I've been an advocate for legalizing marijuana for over 20 years. So I understand the benefits. But the concern is when you look at tobacco or alcohol or pharma, when you have profits that are a primary concern and you have companies that are so big that it becomes difficult to regulate them, then you see an incentive to make more people use your products and to worry more about your own profits than their health. And so there's nothing unique about cannabis that could prevent, for example, the products from being manipulated to be more addictive, or advertising that's targeted to children, or any of these other strategies that we've seen, frankly, in other industries like tobacco.
What should states do when writing laws to create a healthy market structure?
So in Massachusetts, we did 2 things. We tried to make a fair market that was accessible for small businesses in general. And then we tried to give particular advantages to the communities that have been most harmed by the war on drugs. But you can't really do one of those things without the other. Then we also tried to control the market from being dominated by limiting how many licenses one particular business or person can own. And then we paid attention even outside of cannabis businesses because, for example, with delivery, there could be an app or a tech company. There could be an app or a tech company that could dominate delivery and then control the cannabis delivery market. So we were very clear that no tech company could share in the profits or own in a cannabis company. And they also have to make sure the transactions are arm's length and fair so that you couldn't promote a cannabis company on your app just because they're paying you.
Now, it's still illegal at a federal level, so how should the federal government legalize marijuana?
I think the key is to be really slow and deliberate at the federal level. I think history and literature are full of examples of something that was started with so much optimism and love and then quickly became out of control, like Frankenstein. And I think we might be headed there with federal legalization if we don't stop and understand the market and make sure that we're legalizing it in a way that is intentional and deliberate. So for example, I would not jump straight into interstate commerce. I think that we need to understand there are a lot of big companies that are waiting in the wings that have not entered the market yet because they don't want to put their other businesses at risk. But once federal legalization happens, interstate commerce is allowed, banking is allowed, we really have no way of predicting what it will look like and how fast consolidation will happen. So I think taking it one step at a time, allowing states to continue their current markets, perhaps that are just within the state borders, is a good idea, and just being careful that we don't go so fast we have results we can't take back.
Shalene, last question. So you've been doing this for 20 years. How's it going? Is big weed effective at lobbying? Are you optimistic about the possibilities for this market?
I'm very optimistic. Up to 90% of people now support the legal use of cannabis in some form. And at the same time, big weed is not very effective, even though big cannabis companies have hired former officials like John Boehner. They haven't been very successful. We haven't seen even one federal bill voted on by all of Congress yet. And so I think we have some time to do this deliberately. And I think that it can be, for once, a policy that is determined by the people and not by big corporations.
Thank you. And that was Shalene Title on setting up markets for marijuana. Now, it's an interesting moment where cannabis activists are the ones saying go slow, while previous hardcore drug warriors like John Boehner want legalization now, so that companies they are set up to rake in cash from can set up monopolies in this new industry. At any rate, if you take one thing away from this big breakdown, it's that there's no such thing as an entirely free market. Markets are public institutions, and someone always writes the rules.
That point at the end, I think that is such a key point, you guys. Who gets to actually set the rules of the game, right? And obviously, I am a staunch supporter of legalizing not just cannabis, as I said earlier, but all substances. I don't think prohibition even works if your goal is to minimize use. But this is a really important thing to get right. We do not want to legalize in a fashion that allows gigantic corporations to monopolize the market. There's consumer risk there too, because if they, I think that he went over some of this. If you let Marlboro get their hands on this and control a large chunk of the market, they're going to put products in their whatever pre-rolled joints that they sell or what have you. They're going to put products in there that make it more addictive, you guys. It's just like they do with cigarettes. The particular concoction of chemicals in your favorite cigarette is unique, and you become addicted to that. So there's all sorts of like consumer health issues here, and also just the economic side of it, where we don't want to see these gigantic corporations monopolizing this market. And I also just want to add, this is just another side piece about marijuana, to legalize marijuana or decriminalize marijuana without letting out the people who are serving sentences right now for selling marijuana or for possessing marijuana is outrageous. That is beyond unfair. I've shared this sentiment before, but I saw a meme going around that said, when the pot shop looks like the Apple store, we need to let a lot of people out of prison. So that's another element of this too. We need to make sure that we're legalizing in a way that also does as much justice as possible to the community that has long been victimized by law enforcement and the legal prohibition of marijuana. So, I like that she mentioned that in Massachusetts, they made a strong point to ensure that the communities who had been negatively impacted by prohibition here had a chance to engage in the market now. That's key, you guys. That's key. To let the multimillionaire business people take over this market. You don't want to do this in a way that continues to screw over the same communities that the prohibition has been screwing over for so long, right? So really fantastic work there from Matt Stoller, you guys, and he's always kind of pointing out some of the mechanical workings of these monopolization attempts on behalf of big companies. Wonderful work. I encourage you all to fight not just to legalize marijuana in your state or federally, but also to do so in a way that disallows these gigantic corporations from monopolizing the market. I thought that was a fantastic piece, and I wanted to make sure to bring that to you all. The next story that we have here is about the child tax credit and how its expiration has put more kids in poverty. And let's set the context here, right? Everybody remembers how the Democrats went on and on about how they had cut child poverty in half, right? You remember this line? First of all, why not cut it out entirely? But that's a different question. They now, all of the positive benefits that they were trying to laud earlier have now been undercut entirely by their allowing this policy to expire. And you'll notice that they wanted to boast about the initial decision, but if you're going to give them credit for the initial child tax credit, don't you also have to condemn them for this decision, right? It's not like an accident of history that this expired. They wrote it to expire a year after they implemented it. Okay? That should be condemned. You want to cut child poverty in half? Why did you, for just a year? what, there's no value in doing that long term? What the fuck is that? You know, but they still wanted to fall back on that rhetoric as though it somehow meant that they are serving the community. So anyway, this is in Poverty Center, the Center on Poverty and Social Policy at Columbia University. This is a piece they wrote about how the allowing of the child tax credit to expire is impacting child poverty now. 3.7 million more children in poverty in January 2022 without monthly child tax credit. The monthly child poverty rate increased from 12.1% in December to 17% in January 2022, the highest rate since the end of 2020. So what is that, guys? Like a 40% increase, or what? I'm sorry, no, that's, yeah, something like that, right? Like a 40% increase, something like that. The 4.9% percentage point, 41% increase in poverty represents 3.7 million more children in poverty due to the expiration of the monthly child tax credit payments. Latino and Black children experienced the largest percentage point increase in poverty, 7.1 percentage points and 5.9 percentage points, respectively. And then they show their data here, right? Between July and December 2021, the Internal Revenue Service paid out 6 months of advanced child tax credit payments worth up to $250 per child aged 6 to 17 and up to $300 per child under 6, reaching over 61 million children in over 36 million households. By December, it was keeping 3.7 million children from poverty and reducing monthly child poverty by 30%. A roundup of the available research reveals that while in place, the monthly child tax credit payments buffered family finances amidst the continuing pandemic, increased families' ability to meet their basic needs, reduced child poverty and food insufficiency, and had no discernible negative effects on parental employment. Okay, so all of the stuff that the Democrats were boasting about for a year, they just allowed to expire. So even when they do like a mildly progressive, decent thing, they never actually are willing to systemically change the institution. They're just willing to throw you a bone for a year so they can brag about it come election season. This is just outrageous, you guys. And it's also, by the way, they're kind of telling on themselves in a way, because we know they have the power now to do what they did. So they can't now turn around and say, well, there's this institutional hurdle to do that. You don't understand how Congress works. It's too difficult. They can't even play that card now because they've just shown us that they can fucking do it. So, you know, Democrats are about, I really do mean this, about as incompetent of a political party that I can imagine or think of in history. The modern Democrats are right there, you guys, right there. And I say incompetent, I also mean malicious, like corrupt and all that stuff. But in this case, like if you have any desire to not get absolutely annihilated this midterm, you would just not set this to expire going into the primary season. The ineptitude on behalf of these fucking morons running the party is really, it's both hilarious and sad. It's hilarious in the sense that, you know, I don't wish success upon the corporate Democrats, but it's sad because look at the impact this is having on children. Look at what we just read. 3.7 million kids now in poverty that were not in poverty because the Democrats set this to expire and allowed this to expire. So shame on Biden, shame on the Democrats. I feel like I end like half of my fucking segments by saying shame on Joe Biden, but that is very much warranted in this case. And, you know, it's just, you know, again, inaction by choice on behalf of this this grossly incompetent and corrupt party. And I also want to talk a little bit. This is a Jacobin article here about gig companies and how they are engaging in propaganda, trying to essentially frame their exploitation of their workers as somehow being in favor of social justice. So again, this is Jacobin. It's by Akil Vicks. Gig companies are disguising exploitation as social justice. From California to Massachusetts, companies like Uber and Lyft are promoting legislation that misclassifies gig workers. What's worse, they've convinced some people that their pursuit of cheap labor is actually a crusade for equality. In November 2020, the people of California voted to pass Prop 22, which classified workers for rideshare and delivery companies as independent contractors instead of employees. The ballot measure was a direct response to the California state legislature passing Assembly Bill 5, which had classified app-based workers as employees with all the legal protections that designation entails just over a year earlier. Companies like Lyft and Uber claimed benevolence. They argued that AB 5 would force them to raise prices and cut their number of workers, if not withdraw completely from the state. They wanted to help their workers so much that they spent more than $200 million convincing voters that basic labor rights would harm drivers. Gee, I'm no businessman, but it seems like that $200 million might have also been useful to cut into the so-called losses that they're complaining about, right? But they got no problem losing that $200 million to lobby against their employees. Seems to kind of contradict their own claims, doesn't it? Labor experts, activists, and organizers collectively warned the public that Prop 22 would set a dangerous precedent for pay and working conditions, but their warnings were drowned out by the barrage of corporate propaganda. Big tech even elicited support from some racial justice organizations, which proceeded to make the case that precarious gig work provides jobs to people of color and is therefore an anti-racist endeavor. In the end, gig companies got the victory they paid for, and they won it by confusing voters. Leading up to the election, polling showed that 40% of people who expressed concern about workers' interests voted yes on Prop 22. The ballot measure was later ruled unconstitutional by a judge, but its success changed the game for gig companies, providing a blueprint for how to cut down on labor costs and maximize profit at the workers' expense. One of the most progressive states in the country had just voted to gut worker protections. It was time for Uber, Lyft, and their contemporaries to take the show on the road. The Massachusetts State House is currently considering Bill H1234, which is essentially a Prop 22 clone. Now that the gig companies have shown their hand, labor advocates are using the lessons learned in California to fight for a different outcome. So great reporting there from Jacobin, and this is a phenomenon that I find myself talking about a lot, the tendency for companies to not only hide their misdeeds, but attempt to characterize them as somehow in favor of social justice or in favor of their workers, right? It makes it all the more gross because it's not just a lie. It's like the very most explicit kind of version of a lie. It's portraying something 180 degrees different from what it actually is. It's not just leaving a part of the truth out or something like that. It's very explicitly misrepresenting how they're treating workers and what their goal in these policy discussions is. So wonderful reporting from Jacobin there. And the gig stuff, we talked about this a little earlier with the more perfect union truckers clip about the trucking company. What was it called? I forgot, XPO or something. Yeah, XPO Logistics, and how they are doing a similar trick. The attorney in the More Perfect Union clip described the misclassification trick where they try to convince employees that they don't even have a right to unionize because they're not employees, they're contractors. Well, in that case, that's just a lie. In the case of Uber, they are basically attempting to set the law such that they can exploit the contractors and not treat them like employees. And that was the battle that they poured $200 million into in California and succeeded. So the gig economy is a very, very, very dangerous trend, you guys. Incredibly dangerous trend for workers, which is why, of course, these gigantic conglomerates and corporations are pouring a whole boatload of money into ensuring that they can maintain or even increase the extent to which they can exploit these workers. So with that, you guys, I will finally call it a stream. I want to say thank you to anybody who is still here after 4 hours of listening to me run my mouth. Want to do the RP plugs really quick. If you're interested in learning more about us or finding other fantastic content or contributing, go to realprogressives.org or realprogressives.org/donate. And I also want to plug, we are doing an RP Live tomorrow with Esha. She's going to be going over how the left can combat propaganda and and talking about sort of the ins and outs of propaganda and how it works. That's going to be fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to it. I will be hosting that. Please go to our social media and our website if you're interested in signing up for tomorrow's RP Live. Don't miss any of our other great content, you guys. Steve Grumbine, our founder and CEO, does the Macro and Cheese podcast. He's also been posting videos on his new show called The Rogue Scholar throughout the week. He'll sometimes have guests. He'll sometimes just talk politics or talk an issue or something that's caught his attention. It's all great content. Make sure you're not missing out on any of that. Jody Newell does the Up and Up that's focused on activism and highlights and platforms activists. The on the ground stuff like what we were talking about earlier with Eric. Don't miss the Up and Up with Jody Newell. And MMT Mondays on our other channel, Real Progressives. Go subscribe if you're not subscribed there already. Real Progressives YouTube channel. Jabari Morris, our co-editor-in-chief, does MMT Mondays on Monday evenings, educating the masses on economics and MMT-based issues. So make sure not to miss any of our content. Great articles on realprogressives.org. You guys, if you can help us out, we are a nonprofit, realprogressives.org/donate. We very much appreciate it. Things like what Eric is doing right now. We are trying to get as involved as possible in the grassroots movement, the on-the-ground stuff, the organizing, the activism. We're also trying to expand as best we can in the media and education spheres, and as well as in the policy space. So please do help us out if you can. Visit our website for all of our information and content. With that, I will say have a fantastic week to all of you, and I hope to see you again next Sunday, 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, as is always the case.